with the scent of potpourri, films we commit to memory. Crossing the felt ropes, watching from home on my TV, looking at all my eyes can see. They tell me I view obsessively.
Hello and welcome to The Obsessive Viewer. We're a weekly podcast that reviews one or two new release titles every episode with an occasional free-for-all segment at the end that we call Potpourri. You can find more of our work, including my written reviews, full episode show notes, and the complete backlog of our episodes at obsessiveviewer.com. You can also write into the show by emailing me at matt@obsessiveviewer.com. And if you'd like to support us and get access to hundreds of exclusive episodes, you can join our Patreon at patreon.com/obsessiveviewer, where you can get access to content at any of our tier levels on a recurring monthly subscription basis. You can buy individual collections a la carte in the Patreon shop section, or buy individual episodes as well on there. That's at patreon.com/obsessiveviewer. This week on Patreon, I released for the top tier members a breakdown of my my December 2024 viewing stats and my top 5 first viewings in December. And then in addition to that, I released a full-length episode that's me talking about my 2024 podcast and writing stats and sharing my honorable mentions for the year. That went out to all the paid members. And of course, on Christmas Eve, I released a special Patreon exclusive Obsessive Viewer episode. It's a full-length episode where I review Carry On and Hot Frosty. That's on Patreon for both paid and free members. So if you want to get access to that episode of Obsessive Viewer, it's available only on Patreon. All you have to do is just sign up for a free membership and you'll get access to it, or paid, and you'll get access to that and a bunch of extra goodies. Once again, you can sign up at patreon.com/obsessiveviewer for all of that and a bunch more content. I'm your host, Matt Hurt, and you can find me on social media, including Letterboxd at Obsessive Viewer. And today on the show, we're doing our 12th annual year in review episode where we count down our top 10 movies of the year. We share our viewing stats, our viewing habits, and memorable theater experiences, a whole bunch of stuff. And joining me for that, for the 12th consecutive year, are my friends and Obsessive Viewer co-hosts who can be followed on Letterboxd at the usernames of Obsessive Tiny and I Am Mike White, respectively. It's Tiny and Mike. Welcome back to the show, gentlemen. How's it going? And welcome to 2025.
It's great. I'm slightly miffed because you just mentioned my number one movie of the year, Hot Frosty. We talked about this, dude. What the fuck?
I'm so sorry.
Funny thing about Hot Frosty, that was my nickname in high school.
Yes. In the episode, I make the joke that I sat down to watch Hot Frosty and I made coffee, so I was like I kept saying to myself I made some coffee and gonna give myself a Hot Frosty.
What about if you had a Wendy's Frosty and then poured coffee over it, like an affogato kind of thing? That honestly sounds
freaking delicious.
We're here.
Yeah, I've been staying away from sugar and stuff, so sounds amazing right now.
Yeah.
but we're here. Yeah, how's it going,
End
guys?
Of the year episode, a beginning of the year, the recap episode.
Recap.
We love this every year. This is the Obsessive Viewer in a nutshell.
Exactly.
And I love how, throughout the years, over the years, Tiny and our presence on the podcast just recedes and recedes over the years, but that you're still so lovely to call us co-hosts.
Here's the thing.
This is the one. This is the episode,
Amen.
Try as you guys might with, doing volunteer work, having kids, having a life and everything. Try as you might, you're not going to get rid of, you're not going to get me out of, getting you on the podcast. So,
I love it. I'll never be officially gone, for sure.
Exactly.
I'm always a member.
I mean, technically, Mike, you're on every single episode.
That's true. My voice can be heard. Yeah,
exactly. Which we'll get into the episode and everything. But do you want to talk about As Good as It Gets? What did you guys do this year, and where can they find your band?
Yeah, so the band is called As Good as It Gets. If you liked the theme song, As Good as It Gets wrote the theme song, and we actually had a great year. We did not release an album this year, which we have been releasing a lot of albums lately. but we decided to just do a couple singles. So we put out 4 separate singles just to see how they would do. Putting out singles is kind of like the current model nowadays of how you're supposed to do it with music. And a couple of them got on a couple of playlists in different places. We had one song kind of pop in Canada, which was kind of fun. Cool. And those are some of our biggest streamed songs ever already. And they just kind of came out within the year. So that's pretty exciting to see those songs have some success. And we're playing in Evansville on January 18th, which we're looking forward to. So yeah, just continuing to put out songs.
Sweet.
Never stopping.
Yes. I just rewatched that.
I know, I saw it, yeah.
Yeah, I love that movie. But that's awesome. And where can they find your band? Like the Bandcamp URL?
Yeah, all over the place. So the Bandcamp is As Good As It Gets Music, but we're also on Spotify, As Good As It Gets. Wherever you stream your music, As Good As It Gets.
Perfect. Nice. Yeah. And Tiny, I guess this is the perfect time to unveil that we're going to do a 2-person a cappella cover, like tribute band to As Good As It Gets.
I love this.
Yeah.
What's our name going to be?
As Gooder As It Getters. Yeah, so look forward to that. But Tiny, how's it going also?
Good, man.
Good.
Yeah, I had a pretty good year. Nice. Became a dad is kind of the highlight of the year.
Congrats. Welcome to the club.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been fantastic so far. That will come up later in the episode. So that's kind of the big thing. Had a good year in the charity work and everything. That all went really well this year. I wasn't even necessarily trying or planning, but I've lost about 25, 30 pounds this year and managed to keep it off and still going with that. So
very cool.
Health is good. Family's good. Job is still awesome. Had a good day yesterday. I've been having great. I mean, there's rough days, but yeah, I love my job and it's fun and I like to go to work in the morning, which is nuts. So, I told someone the other day, if I were any happier, I'd be worried. It's a good year.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I had a thought and it just completely escaped me. But yeah, no, it's awesome because I remember last year you talked about how you basically had gone back to your previous employer and the job that you always wanted there. So it's really good to hear that it's still working out and it's great.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. And I didn't mean for us to jump to the year overall thing. But I did want to say, I usually do the playing this week and indie part, but obviously we're not going to do that because this is a big episode. But I do want to just mention, check out Alamo Drafthouse, Can Theater, Living Room Theaters, Keystone Art, Flixbuer House, all the theaters here in Indianapolis, because there's a lot of cool stuff out there and a lot of good repertory screenings and special screenings and stuff. Can just announced they're going to do a VHS screening of The Terminator and The Matrix at some point. So
that's awesome.
Really, really awesome. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I mentioned it last week, but unfortunately it does not look like our Alamo Drafthouse is going to get Seven Samurai, which is fine. I've seen it in theaters 3 times now at this point in my life, which is 3. I've seen Seven Samurai 3 times in the theater, and it's 4 times more than I've ever thought I would ever get a chance to see it. So, but check out Alamo Drafthouse. We can dive into things. Mike, aside from As Good As It Gets, how was your year overall?
Yeah, good and bad. I think any year can be. I hate to I'd hate to be negative and talk about any negativity this year because I was so fortunate. My family went on 3 vacations. I'm so
nice.
Sorry. Yeah. Well, we had, my wife's parents, they have a vacation spot that we went to, and then my family, we planned a big one in Duck, North Carolina, and we had some close friends who we consider family, and my wife's parents went to that. And then we also, at the beginning of the year, won a trip to Disney. So we also went to Disney World in October. So overall, pretty good. But in October, I had a bit of a personal oh gosh, what do you call it? A health scare, a battle. So I had a bit of an ear infection thing, and then they gave me prednisone, the steroid, which one of the major side effects of prednisone is insomnia. And so I was up a couple times all night, and then one particular instance, I was up for 52 hours straight.
Oh, jeez.
And it was insane. Yeah, and it was probably the scariest thing I've ever experienced. There's no lonely like 2 a.m. and you're still awake. So anyway, I've been working through that. I'm on some medication for it, so that's helped quite a bit. But yeah,
Nice.
so October was weird, and when we start to talk about our movie stats, they dive bombed in October, and we can talk about that as we get there. So incredible. The highest of highs this year, for sure. I mean, Disney was amazing. Duck was amazing. Destin was amazing. And then some of the lowest lows of my life, which is interesting. So, that was my year. Interesting year, for sure.
Yeah, so it's funny because if we had this conversation the first year we started the podcast, if you had mentioned like, oh, insomnia and everything, I still would have like, it's terrible. Like, that's horrible. But like, in like our early to mid 20s, I would be like, oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, like I worked, Tiny and I both worked as security guards, third shift. And like, I was like so accustomed to like sleep deprivation and stuff. But like now pushing 40, I'm like, I can't imagine a worse hell.
Yeah, man. It was
rough.
awful. I went to work on the first day of no sleep, and I was just like, ugh. And then, okay, well, we'll just talk about the whole thing. So the reason I couldn't sleep the for 52 hours is because when I would try to sleep, I would have panic attacks about falling asleep.
Yep.
So the initial one, the first couple of times I couldn't sleep was because of the prednisone, but then I started being afraid of not being able to sleep, which led to panic attacks. So yeah, I had basically a 2-day straight panic attack, which was miserable.
That's horrible. I'm so sorry,
Good
man.
Lord.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you guys. Thanks. Yeah. Anyway, really in the weeks since kind of after my birthday, mid-November, the medication has been great. I've been sleeping well. Actually had a couple nights of like incredible sleep. So definitely on the mend, definitely on the up and up. But yeah, October was just weird. It was just a weird time.
Wow. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, I had a somewhat of a not health. Well, I did have a health scare, but it's fine. I'm working on that. But I can go into my year overall if you guys are ready for it.
Do it, man.
Yeah. So like, it was ups and downs. It was ups and downs. But I have an interesting kind of anecdote, a weird kind of thing. But I'll get to that in a second. But in terms of like medication and stuff, I did like my teeth cleaning at the dentist, and I had like some cavities I needed filled. And one of my wisdom teeth, who like they've grown in fine, like they're fine, but one of my wisdom teeth was like had a cavity that was at a point where it broke off a little bit, so it was like hitting my cheek and like irritating it and causing like sores. So they were like, yeah, we're gonna extract that. We're gonna get rid of it. So I lost a tooth this year. But it was fine. Like it actually, the worst part of it was getting the shot for the anesthetic, because I also had some fillings that needed to be done. But like they gave me like extra like prescribed like Tylenol, like extra strength or whatever. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna like, it's not too bad. But I'm gonna take one before bed. And then I woke up the next morning and threw up like crazy. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna throw these away.
That stuff is serious, man.
Yeah,
it sucks.
Yeah. But anyway, so also kind of on that same subject, I I years ago, like around the time Tiny was, I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. I don't really talk about it or anything because I basically ignore it for, I've ignored it for the last several years, which is super smart and healthy. But like, sure, yeah. I went to get like my prescriptions refilled and like established care with a new doctor because I got a new job, which I'll talk about. But they're like, yeah, we need to get you, like, you need to get this under control, like right now, because I had been ignoring it for so long. So like now I'm taking a shot of insulin each night and checking my blood sugar and taking metformin and pooping a lot because of it. But but it's there was something I was going to say about that. I don't know. But anyway, I'm working on that, and it was scary because before that, like the thing that was like, oh, I need to really work on this was I was getting like really bad like neuropathy in my feet. Like my toes were like shooting pain, dagger pain. And I was like, I like having my feet. So maybe I should get this under control.
Oh, jeez, man.
So I'm glad that I'm doing that. And it's not so bad actually. And like I have Tiny to look to as inspiration because he had the same thing and like he's working really well with it. So that's good.
Listen, like you mentioned the from 10 years ago or whatever, listening to the first, podcast, like listen to how old we sound.
Oh my God. It's terrible, man.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
We are falling apart.
We
fellas.
are.
You know what I hear from some of my friends, one of my good friends is 52. And he said his 40s were better than his 30s.
I've heard that too.
Yeah, and I also hear a lot about I recently saw like the clip of Tom Hanks. He was promoting, his most recent movie, and they asked him like, what was the hardest time? Like, what would he not go back to? And he goes, probably about 35, which we're a little older than that. But,
yeah.
Just the idea that the amount of responsibilities and like the grinding to a halt of our metabolism and they say that sitting is the new smoking and you just spend a lot of time sitting and not realizing and not enough movement and so I'm looking forward to in a year or two the sunny horizon of my 40s actually.
Right. Here's the thing, and this is
will you be 40 this summer?
No, okay, next summer.
Okay.
Next summer. But that's the thing. My kind of resolve to get in a healthier space and everything is like here's the thing that I keep thinking to myself is that my goal is to by the time I turn 40, I want to feel comfortable enough, or I want to be confident enough that I'll see 50. So like that's my goal to get to that.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So the rest of my year was ups and downs, like I said, but I found something interesting that I realized. I don't know how to say. So, okay, my mom died in September. Took a month off from the podcast and everything. Like it was a time and everything. I also got a new job, where I left the company that I worked for 8 years to a new job at a different company. And also, not to talk about it too much, but Trump was elected to a second term. Those three things happened in 2024. If you go back to Obsessive Viewer episode 199, our 2016 year in review episode, when we got to this part of the show, I mentioned two big things. My dad had died, and I had gotten a new job after working as a security guard for 10 years. So I got a new job at a different company, and Trump was elected president.
Jeez. What is with you in election years, man?
Well, here's what I've decided. we live in a simulation. Real life doesn't exist. Nothing matters. And
Well, yeah.
yeah. So I just thought that was a weird cyclical thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But the year was ups and downs. Like I said, my mom passed away.
Sorry, man.
Oh, I appreciate it.
I mean, we've talked about it.
Yeah. It was a tough time, but I'm thankful for like the nurses and my sister for taking care of my mom for so long, and just like being able to say goodbye without any drama or anything. As a quick aside, Tiny, have you finished Succession?
Oh no, I kind of sputtered out on
Okay.
season 2.
Okay, then I won't say what I was going to say, because I was going to make a reference to the finale, but I'm not going to say it.
Okay.
Just like I was just glad that there was no like infighting or anything or any drama with my family or anything. But anyway, but I got a new job in June, and I just went to a different company, and like that was the first time in 8 years that I've changed companies, and like that was a big change. And I kind of like Tiny. I could not be happier at my new job. Like it's really a good fit. I'm so glad that I made that change. I needed
That's
to
awesome,
desperately. Man. Yeah. And then just watched a lot of movies, and yeah, that's about it. It's funny, Mike, because we'll talk about this when we get to theater viewings, but you said sitting is the new smoking, and I just pulled up my Letterboxd list for the stats for my 2024 theater viewings. The amount of hours I spent sitting in a movie theater is atrocious, man.
Well,
which we'll talk about, but
that's fine.
Yeah, but overall, like, you know, the year was a mixed bag, but I did get back into going to Heartland and like covering Heartland Film Festival, so that was a kind of nice surprise, because I wasn't really expecting to, especially with what was going on in my life at the time. But I'm very proud of the coverage that I did and the interviews that I got, and I'm looking forward to doing more of that this year. So that was 2024 for us. Did you guys have any like movie or TV related accomplishments or things that you're proud of in 2024? Mike, you can kind of get us kicked off if you have any.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It started out really hot, and then like I said, it kind of dive bombed. I do believe that we saw our sorry, okay, we did see our 600th movie night this year, and I couldn't tell you off the top of my head which one it is, because I don't know that we made a big deal out of it. You know, because 500 is kind of the once we hit 500, every other milestone felt a little slightly less significant until we get to maybe 1,000. So we did see 600. I'll say I saw most of the movies that I wanted to see this year. My like movies I missed list is pretty short. So that feels good. But other than that, the stats are down. And especially toward the end of the year, but overall satisfied, feeling okay.
Nice. Tiny, any accomplishments or things you're proud of in movie or TV watching?
Yeah, I mean, the first big one is, I introduced my daughter to her first movie this year, which I was expecting not to happen for a while, because she's, at the time she was 7 months old. So that was fun. I'll talk a little bit more about it later, but I mean, to keep it simple, just having enough viewership to actually come up with a top 10, which has become a struggle the last several years. And I mean, honestly, it wasn't a huge struggle this year, but just coming up with it and feeling good about it, like that's an accomplishment for me anymore. Yeah. And that's really about it. I don't have any other accomplishments or things that I'm proud of as far as movie related stuff goes. But yeah, I mean, those two things. Yeah, that's about it.
Sweet. Yeah. I'm glad that you were able to kind of squeeze in some pretty vital viewings because I'm glad that you got a good top 10 that you're proud of. So that's good. For me, I will say how many movies I watched here in a bit, but I will say that one of my accomplishments that I wasn't conscious of, like this wasn't something that I was really planning on doing, but for every movie that I watched, I wrote like a Letterboxd blurb, for every movie that I watched in 2024. And I shared those on social media and everything. And like, I like doing that because it's much less pressure than writing like a full, like long form review. And so much of my like film critic stuff is like occupied by podcasting and Patreon and stuff. So it's nice to kind of have like little blurbs of like basically pre-writing or pre-thoughts about movies that I'm going to record about. On Letterboxd. I'm proud of that. And I mentioned before, I'm proud of like going to Heartland Film Festival, being able to see, I saw 3 movies in the theater at Heartland, and I watched a few screeners and got 3 really good interviews with filmmakers that I'm really proud of that were on the podcast. And I'm just very proud of that. And then plus, I talk about this on Patreon, on the Patreon special, the 2024 podcast and writing stats and honorable mentions episode that's available for all the paid members. But I'm very proud that in 2024, I released 52 episodes of Obsessive Viewer, one of which being on Patreon, but 52 episodes of Obsessive Viewer in 2024. I'm very, very proud of that. And
excellent.
That's
excellent.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm very excited for 2025 because I'm already hitting the ground running. We've had 2 episodes this year already, and I'm excited to kind of get into this groove with the podcast where like it's not anything that's too demanding. It's what I love to do, and I love doing it. So so I'm proud of that, and I'm hoping to bring back Tower Junkies and Anthology some point in this year, but yeah, I'm glad to be in that rhythm. So yeah, that's what I accomplished in 2024. The next topic we have before we get into our stats is any notable TV shows watched, which is kind of new for the year in review episode, but I kind of wanted to put that in there just to highlight some things that we may have watched on TV. Mike, was there any television that you watched that you want to kind of pinpoint or highlight on the episode?
Yeah, it's funny you offered this category because the last couple of years I mentioned like The Last Dance, which would have been, if it was a movie, it would have been my number 1. Yep. And the Beatles, the Get Back documentary, that would have been in my top 10. So thank you for throwing this on there. Yeah. Nothing quite affected me this year the same way that did. Did have favorite shows. I mean, X-Men 97 was just as excellent as everybody said that it was. The fresh coat of paint they put on the old style that we all grew up with was super fun. Nobody Wants This is great. My wife and I loved that a lot. I finally got around to watching White Lotus, which is again as incredible as everyone says it was. So nothing really that's like would have wound up on my top 10, but yeah, we watched some great shows this year.
Nice. I need to watch season 2 of the White Lotus. I really liked season 1.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Gosh, I think in some ways I liked season 2 more.
Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. And just really quickly, just to get your thoughts on this, what do you think of the Spider-Man show that's coming out? Spider-Man, I can't remember what it's called. The animated one.
Right. What is that one? Not super on my radar. I mean, I'll kind of like sneakily put it on in front of my kids to see if it like turns their heads. And if it does, we'll probably watch that.
Nice. Cool.
Sweet.
Tiny, any TV that you watched? It's Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, I think. Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
That's right. Okay. Yeah.
Any TV that you watched, Tiny?
Yeah. I think I did still have this year. I've mentioned it over the past couple of years in the year in review episodes that TV has sort of moved to the forefront of my viewing my viewing habits, and that was true again this year. Now it includes, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse and Bluey and stuff,
sure,
which are pretty cute shows actually. So
I've heard Bluey's really
Bluey
good.
is excellent. It's so good.
I've heard that.
Bluey's terrific. So
My kids have kind of grown out of it a little bit, but man, when we were in the thick of it, we loved Bluey.
Nice. But so notable ones, a show that's been out for a while and had its 4th season, but it's kind of an anthology show, is True Detective Night Country.
Oh, nice.
It got some heat online. I've seen a lot of kind of negativity and people sort of describing it as kind of jumping the shark a little bit, and I did not have that experience with it.
Weird.
I was totally taken by it. I thought this was their best season since the first season,
Nice.
which is still the best, of course. But it was great. Just incredible performances from the leads. And I am a total sucker for isolation as a theme in a show or a movie or a story. I've talked about that several times on the podcast. And just the dead night of winter in rural Alaska is an incredible place to set any kind of story. And so that totally got me hook, line, and sinker. But it also had a really great mystery at the center of it that my wife and I watched the whole thing in 2 days, I think, which is not something we can do very easily anymore.
Right.
That it was really good. I really liked it. So, and then the other show is a sci-fi show that came out this year on Netflix called 3 Body Problem.
I still need to see that. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Matt, you have to watch it. It is, I mean, Mike too. It is absolute peak sci-fi.
Yeah.
Peak hard sci-fi. Incredibly good.
Have either of you read the books?
I haven't.
No,
Neither have I.
Yeah, but I mean, it is better. I'd call it like an absolute premium Black Mirror episode in a whole season.
That is so awesome.
Yeah, and maybe even better than that in some ways. I mean, it is just peak sci-fi. Really good storytelling and performances too. Just anything you could possibly want from sci-fi. All the best things of sci-fi are prevalent in every episode of the show. Incredibly good. And I think they're talking about another season of it, which
I believe so.
Yeah, can't wait for that. But I'm fine with them taking their time because it's so damn good.
Wow.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of other TV this year. Those are the ones that really stuck out to me. But yeah, and there's stuff that I just haven't gotten to yet. I still not watched the latest season of The Boys, which I like quite a bit.
Yeah.
Boys is excellent.
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff I still need to catch up on, but yeah, good year for television as well.
Nice. And I forgot to mention when I'm running down the Patreon stuff that I am starting season 2 episode reviews of Severance this week. So the episode premieres on January 17th. So tomorrow, if you're listening to this day of release. Also, happy birthday, Tiny. We're releasing this on your birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah. And
happy birthday, Tiny.
Yeah. And so yeah, and I will resolve to watch and review 3 Body Problem in 2025 on the Patreon. But I also need to go back and I need to finish Dark because that was like the best science fiction I've seen. And I just dropped the ball. So what I need to do with that is I need to rewatch the show. I need to re-listen to my last couple of episodes and then get back into it because I stopped like right in the middle of season 2. And it's such a sprawling show of like I have documents of like notes of like what does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? So I'm gonna do that. That's on the docket for this year. So anyway.
Matt, I think if you watch 3 Body Problem, it will inspire you to jumpstart Anthology back up.
Oh, nice. Because I also need to do that. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. That is. It's gonna. That's funny because this is gonna be a sci-fi year for me, which I'll talk about later in the show. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm primed to do all that. So, notable TV shows that I saw in 2024. I revisited a couple of things that I rewatched on a whim. I rewatched 24 and Prison Break, which were like big shows from like the mid-aughts when I was like coming of age as a TV viewer before like the rise of like prestige television really and like the streaming era. So like they're fine. They're okay. Like Prison Break is kind of hokey and goofy and weird. But I enjoyed my time revisiting those. But I also rewatched Breaking Bad, which holds up incredibly well. It's awesome. It's fantastic. And because I rewatched Breaking Bad, I rewatched El Camino, and then I watched for the first time the entire series of Better Call Saul. And
dang, you went all in, man.
I did. So I have consumed all of the Breaking Bad universe and Better Call Saul. Have you either of you guys watched it at all?
No.
We watched the first 2 seasons and then dipped out.
It's incredible. I loved it. I loved it so much. Especially in the later seasons, there's things that happen in that last season that just bring together things in really interesting ways. And it's so fascinating to me. I think I talked about this on the podcast in a potpourri section at some point, but it's so interesting to me because Breaking Bad is about a kind of mild-mannered, teacher kind of breaking bad and becoming a drug kingpin. And Better Call Saul is Saul Goodman's backstory, but it's about him, at least in those early seasons, it's about him trying to shake the Slippin' Jimmy persona of this con artist kind of con artist guy and try to be a legitimate lawyer. And it's so interesting to see Better Call Saul with Breaking Bad in mind because they're both really interesting character studies of these two characters who are in some ways similar, but in some ways kind of opposite in that they're trying to get into a life that they want to achieve, but they can't achieve because of their nature. So it was a really fascinating kind of just deep dive into the Breaking Bad universe. And there's a scene in the final episode of Better Call Saul, which I it's just a flashback to Saul and Walter White at the end of Breaking Bad. It's a scene where they're both kind of waiting to be sent away. And that scene in that final episode is so fascinating to me because at that point it's revisiting a scene from Breaking Bad or revisiting a moment in Breaking Bad, but with a new context of having 62 or 63 episodes worth of development for Saul Goodman. And so you see these two, the two central figures of this entire universe interacting with one another and kind of just talking about the themes of both shows and the universe as a whole, the Breaking Bad universe as a whole is so I was so floored by it. So I don't know. Better Call Saul was fantastic. I loved it.
Man, everybody, that's the one show. Better Call Saul and oh gosh, you guys mentioned it earlier.
Succession.
The Succession.
Yeah.
I won't watch Succession. I have no interest in it, but everybody's that's the show you have to watch.
It's really good. It's really good.
It's good for sure.
The performances are amazing. I loved Succession. So, but yeah, and then the last one that I want to bring up for TV shows is I reviewed it in the only TV show I reviewed on the Obsessive Viewer this year, in episode 426. It's Shogun on FX, which I loved. That's it's
I don't
right
know
in
that
my
I
wheelhouse.
can get Amanda into that, but I definitely want to watch it.
It's so good. It's incredible. The production value is incredible and the story is awesome. I'm so excited that there's going to be more because it was billed as a limited series and then it was a massive success and they're oh yeah, we're going to do more. We're going to do more. And I'm this can be Samurai Game of Thrones, that sprawling big thing. And I'm I'm here for it for sure. So yeah, so that's my TV watching.
Shogun won a handful of Gold Globes, didn't it?
I believe it did. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. What's his name?
I think it won best drama.
Hiroyuki Sanada.
Yes.
The lead. Yeah. Won. I think he won for whatever kind of performance.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe it did win best. Yeah, I can't remember. I was trying to look it up, but
yeah, I think it did.
Good year for Shogun.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And just I'm so thrilled with that.
Nice.
Yeah, just absolutely fantastic. So that's TV watching in 2024. Let's talk about some movies, guys.
Let's do it.
Yeah. So what we do here is we talk about the stats that we accumulate over the year. So we track our movie watching through our Letterboxd accounts and some extra calculations I do on the side because I'm insane. But you can follow us on Letterboxd. I'm at Obsessive Viewer. Tiny is at Obsessive Tiny. Mike is I am Mike White. Links to all of that is in the show notes, but we love Letterboxd. We track every movie we watch. We accumulate stats. And so at this point in the episode, we're going to go through our overall viewing stats for 2024, and then we'll dive into the actual like Letterboxd stats that are on our stats page on Letterboxd. But Mike, do you want to get us kicked off with your overall viewing stats for 2024?
Absolutely. My total viewings were 160, which is my lowest in a couple years. I had my goal in 2023 of getting back over 200, which I did. So 2023 was 238. But like I said, after October, October is Shocktober, which we've talked about on this podcast. I try to watch as many as possible. I almost always hit 31. A couple years I hit 40. This year I watched 11 movies in October. So, down year a little bit. So 160 total viewings in 2024. First viewings was 124, which is 77.5%. As opposed to in 2023 was 149 viewings. So the percentage is higher, but the amount is a little lower. I rewatched 36 movies. That's 22%. Theater viewings is still pretty good. I always shoot for 52 in a year. This year I hit 45. So I feel okay with that. 45 theater viewings is still nothing to scoff at. So I feel okay about that. Movies released in 2024, that's 52 movies for 32.5%. And then the total hours that I spent watching movies was 285.4 hours spent watching movies. That's 160 movies in 2024.
Nice. Well done.
Thank you.
Tiny, how about you?
Let's see. So my for total viewings this year, I was down again, 66, which is not good. But last year I had 82. So yeah, I mean it's a significant drop, but big year. So first viewings I had 36. Last year was 40. And rewatches was 28. I saw 4 movies in the theater, which is okay. Not good, but it is what it is. Movies released this year, so 2024 releases was 20, which is about a third. So that's not too bad, really.
Yeah.
And then total hours was 130.1 versus 181 last year. So yeah, definitely down again this year. But it is what it is. I mean, spent 3 days at a hospital, with the baby and stuff like that. So I mean, there's that and just getting used to her. And it was funny because I'm fortunate that my my gave me 6 weeks off paid as paternity leave.
That's incredible.
It's incredible. I'm so lucky to have it. And I had all these grand ideas, right? I'm like, I'm going to watch movies. Like, I'm going to put her down for a nap and just like bang out movies. It's going to be amazing. And I seriously watched like 5 in 6 weeks. I mean, it just, because I was so naive, right? You think that's one thing I've learned about being a parent. You think you know what to expect, and you find out how naive you were very, very quickly. So, yeah, so it's just not possible, to give your attention to a movie with a little baby in the house. So, but stats are down this year again. Hopefully I can do better next year. But I can't imagine getting much worse than this. Again, that's probably naivety speaking through right there. Because if we have another kid, I can't imagine it would get better. Which we do. We want to have one more. So
nice.
We'll see. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I think I said this last year. Yeah, my numbers have dropped, but it's still the fact that I still saw that many movies, and the fact that I was excited about a bunch of movies that I saw. I still think that's something to be positive on, and still makes me feel good, and still makes me feel like at least somewhat of an obsessive viewer. So.
For sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Just the fact that you want to see the movies is enough. Like it's
Right
good.
on.
Yeah. So my viewing stats for the year, and let me preface this by saying I have no kids. I was single all year, so keep that in mind. My total viewings for 2024 was 300 movies. That is a goal that I had set like late in the year. I kind of noticed like, oh, I'm getting to 300. And then I was like, yeah, I can finagle it to where I can get to 300. So I was able to watch 300 movies in 2024. It is considerably more than I watched in 2023. I only watched 184 in 2023, but it's less than I watched in 2022. 2022 was a big year. I had 339 movies, so didn't quite get there. So I'm sorry, I couldn't get to that. But I watched 300 movies total. 215 of them were first viewings, which accounted for 71.7% of my total viewings. And, that percentage is down from 2023. 2023, 79.9% was first viewings. And rewatches for 2024 were 85 movies rewatched, accounting for 28.3% of my total, which is higher than 2023. 2023, I had 20.1% rewatches. So a little bit higher. And then theater viewings. I teased it before. I saw 69 movies in the theater in 2024.
Nice.
Yes, which 127.1 hours in the movie theater. So, 69 movies in the theater. That is 30 more than I saw in 2023. 2023, I saw 39. And my stats that I have like accumulated from like it's more than I have seen in the last 5 years. In the theater. It's crazy. And I can break down those stats a little bit more here, and then I'll circle back to that, and then we can go to around robin. But I'll further break down those stats. Sorry guys. So of my 69 theater viewings, 53 of them were A-list screenings from AMC A-List. So I paid a total of $239.40 for A-List throughout the year. So each month it's $19.95, 12 months, $239.40. I don't have the exact number of the price of each ticket, but I estimated that average ticket price was $13.99. So of those 53 screenings, I saw $741.47 worth of movies with A-List. So that it gave me a savings of $502.07. The rest of my theater viewings, 8 were press screenings that I got to see through my press credentials from the IFJA. 5 of them were Heartland Film Festival screenings, which I also had press passes for. And then 3 of them were purchased tickets. So I basically, those purchase tickets, I saw Seven Samurai at the Can for $13, which I'd pay even more for that. I saw DD at Keystone Art for $11. And I rewatched Long Legs at Regal with Jess for $12. So I ended up, the amount of money that I actually spent on tickets this year was $37.76. And I saw 69 movies in the theater. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm very, very pleased with that. And going back to my other stats, movies that were released in 2024 that I watched were 149, which accounts for 49.6% of my total viewings. That is the highest number of new release movies that I saw in the year of release. since before 2020, really. So, and it's like 46 more than I saw last year. And then total hours spent for 300 movies, I spent 539 hours, 539.6 hours watching movies, which is obscene. So yeah, so those are my viewing stats for 2024. Yeah.
Well, then I officially offer back to you. I cede to you the Obsessive Viewer crown of movie watching this year.
Thank you.
You get it back.
Thank you. I will wear it with pride, and who knows, maybe you'll get it next year.
I'm not coming hard for it, but if it happens to fall in my lap, I'll happily put it on.
Nice. Yeah, I have some additional stats that I'll talk about in the next section, basically, but I did kind of have a point here where we can talk about any memorable or special theater viewings we saw. So, Mike, did you see anything special in the theater that you want to highlight?
Yeah, I don't know that I saw anything special. Like I was able to go to anything that was particularly unique or rare or anything like that. But I will say, when we saw Terrifier 3, a family with young children.
Oh, no.
I mean, a baby was there. Like the baby was crying and they had to shush the baby. So there had to be a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old girl, and the baby in this theater who walked into Terrifier 3. So that definitely put a bit of hindrance on my enjoyment of Terrifier 3.
Wow.
That was kind of wild. That was probably the most memorable theater experience. And then of course, anytime I go to the movies with my kids, we saw Inside Out 2 this year, which was so much fun to go with them. But other than that, no screenings of anything old or anything like that.
Nice. Tiny, where did you get the other kids when you went to see Terrifier 3 in Evansville?
Oh my God. I can't imagine.
Yeah.
That's wild. I can't imagine. That reminds me of when I saw Saw 3 in the theater, and like a guy had brought like his 2 like young kids, and like they sat like up front and everything, and they ended up leaving like 15 minutes in. I was like, well,
at least they left.
Yeah.
I'm glad that your people left.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's Saw 3. There's been also Terrifier 3 too. So like,
right.
Yeah. Tiny, any memorable or significant or special theater viewings that you attended or saw?
Actually, yeah, I have a few.
Nice.
Considering I only saw like 4 or 5 movies in the theater, I have a few. Dune Part 2. I saw that at the State Museum IMAX theater, and that's always a treat going to that theater. I just enjoy the shit out of it, and it was a great time. Love the movie. Talk more about it later. And then my daughter's first movie, which was kind of unplanned and didn't necessarily expect it. We went and saw Elf. I talked about this in a previous episode, but the town of Speedway where we live, they put in this new like little pocket park kind of like stage thing on Main Street, and it's just a little stage where they have like kind of block party little concerts and stuff, and they put a screen up there and projected movies on it, and they've been doing that for a few months. And the first one they did back in November was Elf, and it was a Friday night, and we were like, we'll take the baby just to do something fun. And she'll probably only last a half hour, 45 minutes, and she sat through the whole thing, and she wasn't really fussing. She actually watched the movie sometime. She obviously wasn't trained in on it the whole time, but she watched the movie. She sat there. She didn't cry. She had a good time. She wasn't whining. It was
cool.
Kind of amazing. And I was like, well, this was inadvertently my daughter's first movie at 7 months old. That's pretty wild. So that was special to be there. I got a little teared up just watching a fun Christmas movie with my daughter for the first time. That was cool. And then the last one was a few weeks ago. Matt took me to the Alamo Draft House for the first time. Which is a new theater that opened here in Indianapolis. It's very cool. I absolutely love the aesthetic of the theater. It's it's just they have movie posters everywhere. They had a race car in the lobby, which I'm a sucker for. We all know that. And just simple details inside the movie theater, the lights in there. I noticed they look like big film reels. Just really cool attention to detail in that movie theater. And we saw Nosferatu, which I will talk about later. And I think just all the aesthetic of that theater helped amplify the incredible experience it was seeing that movie. So, those are my 3 big ones for the year.
Nice. Yeah,
Very
it was
cool.
awesome. It was awesome
Thank you.
getting to see Nosferatu with you at Alamo. That was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I have 3 memorable or special theater viewings. I already referenced most of them in the last throughout this episode, but Seven Samurai at the Can. I went with a group of guys and like it was awesome. It's my favorite movie, and I love getting to see it in a theater. And it's just so awesome to get to see it in the theater and getting to see it with a group of people that I respect and am friends with is really fun. Like Nick Rogers, who was on the podcast last week, I believe it was his first time seeing the movie, and it was just awesome to kind of hear his thoughts on it and everything. And it also was the 4K restoration of it, so it looked gorgeous, absolutely stunning. So it's always a blast to get to see Seven Samurai, especially in the theater. The next one I have is Re-Entry, which is a movie that I saw at Heartland. Again, it was the reason it was a memorable experience for me was because I was going through a tough time. My mom had just died, and like I didn't plan on doing Heartland stuff, but I figured like, it's a good distraction. It's a good like kind of just like pour myself into something that I enjoy. And I did that. I went to, I think I said 5 screenings at Heartland. I saw the opening night film, which was A Real Pain, which was phenomenal. It was fantastic. We'll talk about that later.
Which we're going to talk about later. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. But that was awesome too, because that was the opening night film, and like Jesse Eisenberg had sent, because he was in like Bucharest or wherever filming Now You See Me 3, and like he sent like a video like introducing it, saying like, hey, it's really honored to be playing at Heartland, and especially because it has an Indiana tie to it because he wears the IU baseball hat.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, and he apparently lived or lives in Bloomington a lot of the time. So that was a really cool experience. But Re-Entry was special for me because like it's a sci-fi movie. It's phenomenal. It's a really great kind of relationship science fiction story of this guy who gets transported to an alternate universe and then comes back a year later. And then as the movie kind of progresses, the relationship between him and his wife kind of, they figure some things out about how he has changed throughout the course of that journey. It's a really good like relationship drama with science fiction elements. Obviously it's a science fiction movie, but what was special about that screening is that I had press passes and I had set up an interview with the filmmaker, and like I got to my seat, and then like I ended up being seated right next to the director's mother. And like in context, this is like weeks after my mom had died. So I'm like very like, in my feels about that. So it was just very nice to see, like to chat with her about like how proud she was of her son and everything. And it was just really kind of emotionally resonant and poignant and everything. And then I schlepped to the hotel where the filmmaker was the next morning and had like a very good interview with him and the screenwriter, and then ended up going to an after party for Heartland where I actually hung out with them and just kind of chatted with them and everything. And it was really good. It was a really good experience. And that was Re-Entry at Heartland. So it was really nice. And then the third memorable special theater screening that I attended was, I got to see, Ron Howard's, 2013 or 2014 movie Rush, at the Alamo Drafthouse. That was, a special, like press only preview event that they had members of the press and like social media influencers and stuff come in to tour the space, and then they showed us Rush because Indianapolis, it's a racing movie, and we got to sample like the food and everything. It was really fun. It was really cool. I went out of my element and created a video a video preview of Alamo Drafthouse. It's on YouTube. I'll put a link in the show notes if I remember. But and that was really cool. I kind of got out of my comfort zone in a lot of ways this year in terms of movies. So and creating content. So those were 3 memorable theater experiences for me this year.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then we can go to Letterboxd Stats, but I do want to mention really quick some streaming stats if you guys will indulge me for a moment. Okay.
Yeah.
So I saw I didn't calculate the actual number. It doesn't matter how many I watched, but in terms of streaming services, I used I used a lot of streaming services, but I ended up watching stuff on Criterion Channel, Disney Plus, Netflix, Hulu, HBO Max. Thanks, Tiny. And so I just want to kind of highlight some streaming stats for the year. I had mentioned last year that on Christmas Eve last year, I got a year subscription to Criterion Channel. Throughout the year of 2024, from January to December, I watched 28 movies on Criterion Channel, and the top genres were drama, thriller, comedy. And then I watched the kind of next one down is Netflix. I watched 22 movies. Most of them were comedies, dramas, crime, thriller movies. And then next from that was Hulu with 16, action, comedy, drama, thriller. And then HBO Max with 7, mostly action, sci-fi movies. And rounding out the streaming stats was Disney Plus, surprisingly enough, with 5 movies with comedy and music being the top genres. And the music is because I watched the documentary Music by John Williams, which was fine. I covered it on Patreon. And I also watched both of the Sister Act movies, which were fine. So, yeah. So those are my streaming stats. Yep.
Back in the Habit is one of my favorite movie subtitles ever.
Oh my God, me too. When I spent so many years not realizing the pun in that because I didn't know what a habit was.
Yeah.
And like when I came to that realization, I was like, oh, that's brilliant. That's just brilliant.
In fact, anytime we're like starting something up again, like that I haven't done in a while, I'm going, all right, here we go. Sister Act 2.
That's awesome.
Nice. Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do we want to kind of round out the stats section of this with talking about our Letterboxd stats that are found on our Letterboxd pages? If you guys want to share those. Mike, do you want to get us kicked off?
Yeah, I'll do stats, highs and lows, and then all the way down to most viewed. So here we go. So average viewings per month, 13.3. That's down from last year, which was 19.8. Average viewings per week, 3.1, which when you look at it that way, I watch 3 movies a week. That's certainly more than the average person. So I feel okay with that. Biggest week last year was October 2nd through 8th with 10 movies. And I didn't have any weeks like that, but I did have 3 weeks with excuse me, with 6 movies. That was September 30th, that was July 29th, and January 8th. So my busiest day of the week, as it always is every single year, because Thursday is movie night, is Thursday with 46 movies. Last year I did 50 movies, so not much of a drop off, considering the drop off I had overall. The first movie I watched in 2024 was 3 Billboards. The last movie was Azrael, which was on Shudder. My most watched movies, this is not really all that special. I watched The Substance and Late Night with the Devil twice each. My top 3 genres, no surprise, horror, and then comedy, and then thriller. The movie with the Letterboxd highest average score. So this is all Letterboxd users, the score that they give it. A movie that I watched with that average score was Dune, part 2, which was a 4.4 average, which is incredible. The lowest average was Night Swim with a 1.7. The most popular film I watched last year was The Batman. The most obscure film was a movie called 8 Found Dead, which I did not like. The newest movie that I watched was Carry On. Taron Egerton and Jason Bateman. The oldest movie was Bride of Frankenstein, which I love.
Nice.
Love. 1935. Longest movie was The Batman, 177 minutes, and that also felt like the longest movie. And the shortest movie was also Bride of Frankenstein, which was 75 minutes. My most viewed actors were Frank Oz, Anthony Daniels, and Kenny Baker, because my kids and I watched 7 of the Star Wars movies. So
Wow.
we kind of went back and watched a lot of those together in preparation for our trip to Disney.
Oh,
and Star Wars, The Galaxy's Edge.
gotcha. Was it their first time watching them, or
It was. We watched The Force Awakens a couple years ago, but they were so little, and my younger son was like 2 or 3. So they wanted to watch it, and we started with A New Hope, which actually their favorites are the original trilogy. I think Return of the Jedi is their favorite one.
nice? Racing them right.
Yeah, that's right. And just talking, like, they give me their theories and stuff. It's so much fun to talk about Star Wars with them.
That's awesome.
And so of course my most viewed director is George Lucas. So there you go.
Nice. Yeah, Tiny. Hit us with your Letterboxd stats.
Yeah. So, let's see. Average viewings per month. Don't get excited, anybody. 5.5 per month, which 1.3 per week, which, I'm kind of, I wouldn't say I'm happy with it, but I feel, again, there's a lot of people who don't watch it, who don't even watch a movie a week. So
Yeah.
that's okay. My biggest week, funny, it was September 16th to the 22nd, week 38. I watched 7 movies. Paige, my wife, she was out of town that weekend. She left like Friday after work and came back Sunday afternoon to go hang out with a friend of hers up in northern Indiana. So it was just me and Lola at home for a couple nights.
Nice.
And a couple days, and I was like, I'm gonna watch whatever I want. So I took that time to watch the entire Mad Max the entire Mad Max franchise. I watched all of them.
Nice.
Yeah, just on a whim. Nothing really. No prompt. I just kind of did it. Interesting. On that same note, kind of a down negative statistic. I went 8 weeks straight in the middle of the year without watching any movies.
Oh wow!
Whoa.
I don't know. It was basically from late June to mid August, 8 weeks straight. That may be the only time in my adult life that's ever happened.
Wow.
I can't back that up with any solid data, but I mean, just thinking back to my adulthood, I can't imagine a time where I went 8 weeks without watching a movie.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which is not good, but at the same time, like, a lot happened this year. So
yeah, unfortunately, what that means is like you're a good dad and a good husband.
Yeah.
right,
and a good employee. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. I mean, there was like a 5-week stretch too, right before my daughter was born, but that makes sense because I had a home helpers event during that, and we were getting ready for the baby, so like that was understandable. But
yeah.
Anyways, my busiest day of the week was Sundays. I watched 22 movies on a Sunday. Let's see. My first movie was Saltburn, a movie I thought was a tad overrated, but still fun. Last movie was Juror Number 2, which I thought was just okay. My most watched movie, there's only one movie that I watched more than once, which was Dune Part 2.
Nice.
So genres, my top 3 genres, I was a basic bitch this year. My top 3 genres were action, adventure, and thriller.
Nice.
Which I,
That's
again,
right.
yeah, it was fine. Again, no regrets or anything, but no regrets. That might be, again, I don't have any data to back this up, but this might be the only time that I have not had drama in my top 3 genres.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because that's kind of my favorite genre of film, and it wasn't up there. Sci-fi came in at number 4, which usually that's the top 3 or for me as well, but is what it is. And then in that same kind of vein, I don't know, this isn't necessarily on our list of stats to mention, but looking at my Letterboxd here, every single movie I watched this year was in English. I watched 0 foreign language films, which is a bummer for me because I like foreign language movies. You know, so that's kind of a bummer. I don't know why I didn't do that this year, but that's just kind of what happened. So yeah, most watch actor was Josh Brolin, 5 movies. Director was George Miller, of course, because I watched all the Mad Max movies, but Denis Villeneuve was in second. So that was good. The oldest movie I watched, this is pretty much a staple every year. We watched White Christmas. We watch it every year. We love it. Nice. 1954. Newest movie was Mufasa. We watched that. Matt and I went and saw that in the theater. That just came out. So, longest movie was Oppenheimer, 181 minutes. Shortest was The Insurrectionist Next Door, 75 minutes. Let's see. Most popular, Oppenheimer. I also watched a bunch. I watched the movie Prey this year, which is Prey from the Predator franchise.
Yeah,
which was a great movie. Loved it, and so it kind of inspired me to watch some of the other ones.
Nice.
I watched. So Alien versus Predator is a slept-on movie. I don't care what anybody says. That is a fun movie. I like that movie. I think it's clever.
Matt K.
I'm serious. Alien versus Predator is a solid movie. I genuinely like that movie. But Alien versus Predator Requiem, the sequel to it, is horrendous. Which it is listed as my lowest average rated movie that I watched. So highest average was Dune Part 2.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's see. What I think that's about it for my stats. That's kind of yeah, that's it.
Nice. That's all. To be frank, I have not seen either of the Alien vs Predator movies, but maybe I will eventually. We'll see. I think we're getting like 2 different Predator movies this year.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so we'll see.
Yeah, all due respect, I do not love Alien versus Predator.
That's fair. That's fair. It's I won't call it a good movie, but I genuinely like it. I think it's solid.
Nice.
Requiem is far worse. It's the one that's complete like black, right? Like it's totally dark. You can't see a damn thing.
Jeez.
Amongst other things, yes, that's one of the glaring issues of the film. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
For me, my Letterboxd stats, my average viewings per month were 25. That is up from 15.3 in 2023. And my busiest, I just skipped like 2 sections. Average viewings per week were 5.7, which I'm pretty pleased with. That's up from 3.5 in 2023. And my biggest week is a tie for week 1, the first week of the year, and week 49. Both of those had 13 movies. So January 1st to the 7th and December 2nd to the 9th. That's because first week of January, I just hit the ground running. I was very excited to watch as many like Criterion Channel movies as I could in particular. And then later in the year, I have a bunch of screeners for awards consideration with the IFGA. So that I think the first week of December is like crunch time because it's the last week before our nominations get locked. And then it's a week before our meeting where we hash out the nominees. So and vote on the winners. So both of those weeks had 13 movies. That's kind of standard for me. Last year my biggest week had 12 movies per week, and before that in 2022 was 14 in 2021, and even 13 in 2020. So it's pretty standard. Like that's maybe my max is like 13 movies in a week is probably the most I can do basically. My busiest day of the week is interesting because it's Saturday. And I think that's because I got a new job. And because I got a new job, even though I'm working hybrid, working from home and working in the office in a couple of days, since it's a new job, I can't watch movies while I work because I'm learning the job and everything. And also I shouldn't watch movies while I work. So most of my viewings were on Saturday with 70 movies watched on Saturday. That is up from last year. It was Sunday actually for 38 movies in 2023. And my first movie of the year was Police Story with Jackie Chan on Criterion Channel. And my last movie of the year was Nosferatu, which was a second viewing of that. I had a screener, so I watched it for awards consideration, and then I rewatched it on New Year's Eve because on New Year's Day I was recording my episode with Andy that went up. It was episode 460. That went up the first week of January, where we reviewed Nosferatu, and I was like, I was very tired when I watched it a few weeks ago, so I'm going to refresh and rewatch it. So I did. So then, if you're following at home, that means that when Tiny and I saw Nosferatu in the theater last week, that was my third time seeing the movie, which is interesting, and I like it a lot. I like it more each time. So my most watched movies, I only watched 3 movies twice, which is a little bit surprising for me. I watched Nosferatu twice, as I mentioned before. I saw Real Pain twice. I saw it at Heartland, and then there was a press screening that I desperately wanted to get Tiny to go to, which he did, and we did an in the car reaction to it on Patreon. And then I saw Longlegs twice because Jess wanted to see it, and we saw it in the theater. So my top 3 genres for 2024 were comedy with 119 movies, which is kind of makes sense because there was a lot throughout the year of me like, oh, I want to escape into something fun and light and comedic. And then as I was transitioning from my previous job to my new job, I watched some interesting movies. And I recorded a whole Patreon thing about it, but like I watched, just to give an idea of how desperate I needed to get out of my previous job and into a new one. I watched like Office Space and Horrible Bosses and Horrible Bosses 2. So it's kind of a little bit of a theme there, but, I also watched 97 dramas and 84 action movies. My highs and lows for the year, my highest average score was a viewing of 1962's Harakiri, because I when watching Shogun, I just ran into like a bunch of samurai stuff. I was kind of on a samurai kick. Harakiri is a great one. It's fantastic. The average score on that is 4.7. And then the lowest average was Madam Web with 1.5 stars. Deservedly so. You didn't see it?
No.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's terrible.
No.
Yeah, God, it's so bad. I did a solo episode of it, reviewing it on the podcast, and yeah, it's irredeemably bad. The most popular movie I saw this year was Joker with 3.8 stars average, which it didn't hold up quite. Well, it held up okay. Like I don't hate the movie. The sequel was terrible, but I don't hate Joker. I kind of hate the conversation around it.
Yeah, totally.
But it's okay. The most obscure movie I saw this year was Off the Record, which was a movie that premiered at Heartland and is going to have a digital premiere in February. But I interviewed the filmmaker, Kirsten Foe, and did like red carpet interviews with her and the cast and some of the crew. So that'll be out. It's a great movie about this musician and her abusive relationship with a more famous musician who kind of holds a lot of power. And it's great. Like Ryan Hansen is in it, and he plays the abusive boyfriend, and he plays it so well. And it's scary how good he is at it. So so it's really fantastic. And it also stars Rain Qualley, Margaret Qualley's sister. So yeah, big year for them. The newest movie I saw was Sonic 3, which was my last theater viewing of 2024. And then the oldest movie I watched in 2024 was Design for Living, which is a romantic comedy from 1933 that I watched on Criterion Channel. And the longest movie I saw was The Brutalist with 215 minutes, complete with overture, intermission, all the bells and whistles. It's fantastic.
Ooh, yeah, that's a long one.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. Can't wait to see it in the theater. And then the shortest movie I saw was a French, or let me see. I think I'm confused. Oh, no, it was Japanese. Japanese animated film called Look Back, which is 58 minutes long, so it's technically feature length. It was really interesting and charming, and about two young girls who kind of have a competitive relationship with their drawing for the school newspaper, and then it blossoms into a friendship, and then there's a lot of interesting stuff about grief and regret and pain and tragedy. So it's really good. Look Back at 58 minutes. My most viewed actors. I rewatched several movies. In particular, I rewatched the Back to the Future trilogy, and I also watched Addams Family and Addams Family Values. So Christopher Lloyd is my number 3 with 6 movies. And I also watched a lot of Martin Lawrence movies, 6 movies with him, because I rewatched all the Bad Boys movies, and I rewatched Blue Streak, and I watched National Security for some reason. So a lot of Martin Lawrence. And then the top actor, because I rewatched not only the main American Pie movies, but I watched all of the American Pie movies, including the straight to DVD.
I remember seeing that on
spinoffs.
your Letterboxd and just thinking, why?
Yeah, because they were there. I had them available to me, and I kind of just wanted to just kind of dive into it, because I was curious about how they held up in the current era, because it's that R-rated comedy. Like, one of my favorite comedies of the last several years is Blockers, which is basically like American Pie for a more progressive age and more modern time. Yeah. So to look back and see that is interesting. They still, the good ones hold up pretty well, surprisingly. So it's good nostalgia. But my top actor for 2024 was Eugene Levy with 8 movies, because he's in most of all but I think one of the American Pie movies. Right. And my most viewed directors, even though he's not in the top 3, I do want to highlight, I did see 4 Kurosawa movies, because I saw Seven Samurai, and then I was also a guest on my friends Andy and Logan, their show Odd Trilogies, where we talked about Kurosawa's 3 Shakespeare movies. So Throne of Blood, The Bad Sleep Well, and Ron. That was a great time. I really enjoyed being a guest on that podcast. So 4 Kurosawa movies, 4 Robert Zemeckis movies, because of the Back to the Future trilogy, and I saw Here, which wasn't good. And then the top 3 were John Carpenter with 5 movies, because I watched the Escape from New York, Escape from LA, and some other John Carpenter movies. I don't think I watched Halloween, interestingly enough. So I watched Escape from New York, Dark Star, which I didn't like, Escape from LA, They Live, and Assault on Precinct 13. So, but my top viewed director for 2024, I think I'm skipping over one because I just went to a different page, but my top viewed, here we go. My top viewed one, is a tie. John Woo and Ridley Scott, both with 6 movies. Interesting. Because I like Ridley Scott. I watched Thelma and Louise on a whim, as well as the 2 Gladiator movies and some other movies. But John Woo, I got to see a bunch of John Woo movies with a group of guys, a group of friends, and for February, and it was really fun. I do want to mention, in terms of John Woo movies, I talked about it on the podcast in our extended potpourri episode, I think, back in February. I think it was the one extended potpourri episode we had. Yeah, in February, episode 415. But the John Woo, he's great. He's fantastic. One of the movies that we watched was Bullet in the Head, which, we watched Bullet in the Head and then Hard Boiled. Both were just 5-star movies, incredible movies. So definitely recommend them. But those are my Letterboxd stats for 2024. What do you guys think?
A lot of stats.
It is a lot of stats. It is a
I'm
lot
exhausted,
of stats.
exhausted just listening to it, man.
Same,
Yep.
same here. And it's funny, we're recording this on January 11th, and so Letterboxd, when you have the pro or patron membership, the stats page for the year doesn't kick in until you log 10 movies, and I got 10 movies logged within like a few days, basically. So, yeah, so we'll circle back on that next year, and see how it goes. But let's talk about some 2024 movies. Are you guys ready to get into the thick of it?
Let's do it. Let's do the list.
Sweet. So first, we're going to talk about some movies we missed, just briefly, like mention movies we missed in 2024 that we didn't get to, that we wanted to see, that could don't necessarily need to be considered like possible contenders for the list, but just movies we were looking forward to or we had on our radar that we didn't get a chance to see. Mike, do you want to get us kicked off with that?
Sure. Yeah, I saw most of the ones that I wanted to see. Like, I feel pretty good about that. I did not check out Didi. Is it pronounced Didi?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes.
which is on your list, Matt. Tiny might be on your list as well. I didn't get to check that one out. Exuma, which is a horror movie that I was unable to take the time to watch. I did want to see Anora. And then The Brutalist, which is not technically out yet for normal people to watch. So I haven't seen that yet. But yeah, I don't feel like anything super passed me by. So ultimately, I feel pretty good about it.
Nice. Yeah, I had mentioned when I saw The Brutalist that I was floored by it. And then I put in our like group chat, I was like, I'm going to be such an asshole in the year in review episode because I come from a place of privilege where I was able to see it for awards consideration. But yeah. Anyway, Tiny, movies you missed in 2024.
Just the easy way to put it is too many to name because there's obviously so much I missed this year. Some of the big ones were stuff that just sounds really intriguing to me, but like I saw The TV Glow, sounds like a really, really interesting movie. My Old Ass, sounds also interesting and fun. The Order is something I've heard a lot of buzz about and seems like a pretty cool movie. I'd like to see that one. And then kind of the top one is The Brutalist. I'd like to see that one on a lot of lists and everything. So those are kind of the major ones. But yeah, just way too many to possibly list all of them.
Nice. Yeah, the Order was okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Nicholas Hoult had a huge year. He
did.
Juror number 2 and Nosferatu. Movies I missed. I did not get a chance to see. There. I have 6 on here. So, first one that was not going to make my top 10, but because of who I am as a person, I regret missing it. But Salem's Lot. I was looking forward to it, but I just never got around to seeing it. So I'm going to see it and then maybe do a Tower Junkies episode about it. But Hard Truths is a movie that came up during awards season that I wanted to get to, but I didn't. I don't know much about it. I think it's directed by Mike Lee, who I'm not too familiar with, but I heard that like the central performance of that is incredible. So I want to circle back and check that out. Netflix documentary on Netflix, obviously. Will and Harper, I didn't see. Which I really wanted to see, especially since there was like some news here in Indianapolis because part of the movie takes like it's Will Ferrell and his best friend who's transgender going on a road trip and kind of I guess kind of showcasing the like how people react to trans people, I guess, like kind of the overall vibe of it. But I remember like a year ago, there were headlines like, oh, Will Ferrell was at the Greenwood Walmart randomly, and like no, everyone was like, what the hell, what's he doing here? And it's because he was filming Will and Harper. There's also an Indian movie that is on Amazon Prime called Atam, which is apparently a kind of sort of legal sort of drama where it's a group of play people, theater people who discover that one of the one woman in their group, was assaulted by one of their members. So they do like it's apparently, from what I hear, it's a lot of kind of like investigating, like figuring out like what happened, and it sounds really interesting, kind of harkening back to like 12 Angry Men in a way. So Tom, I didn't get a chance to see. And then also I didn't get a chance to see Hundreds of Beavers, which I heard great things about. So that was unfortunate. And I also did not get around to seeing Anora, which I wanted to see, but just couldn't make time for. So those are my movies I missed in 2024. And before we get to our top 10 lists, we're going to do honorable mentions. And like I did last year, I did my honorable mentions on Patreon, on my Patreon special that I released just a couple of days ago, as of this recording. So in that episode, I talk about my 2024 podcast and writing stats and honorable mentions for the year. So now that we're at the point in the episode where we do honorable mentions, I'm going to cede the floor to Mike and Tiny. And if you want to hear my honorable mentions, consider checking out Patreon at patreon.com/obsessiveviewer. Mike, what are your honorable mentions for 2024?
Yeah, I have 3. My number 1 would be Deadpool and Wolverine. I think that movie was excellent. And I think culture has proven that there's definitely a little bit of fatigue when it comes to comic book movies. Marvel has kind of lost a step over the years. People are really looking for Superman next year to kind of be a bit of a revival, but I'll kind of believe it when I see it. But in a modern world where comic book movies kind of aren't the most important thing anymore, Deadpool and Wolverine kind of made me feel like, oh gosh, the olden days of comic book movies. It was fun, loaded with member berries. It was so cool to see Hugh Jackman back in the Wolverine role. It kind of really was everything you wanted to be. Surprises, Easter eggs, all kinds of stuff. It was in my top 10 until a couple of days ago, actually. And so it's probably my number 11.
Nice.
And then 2 movies that are honorable mentions because I think they're really, really, really well done for separate reasons, but there's just something about them that didn't click with me top 10 wise. In fact, I think both of these are out of the top 15. So Longlegs is one of them, and directed by Osgood Perkins, who I love. I've loved just about everything he's done so far, and I love the aesthetic. Inspired by Seven, the colors, the tones, the performances are mostly excellent, but I don't feel like the movie stuck the landing. I kind of was left wishing, I kind of hung my hat on Longlegs being like one of the movies of the year. It was the best trailer of the year.
Oh yeah.
But then the execution of the movie itself, I had to decide, like, is tone and atmosphere enough for me to love a movie? Like, is that enough to end up on my top 10? And ultimately I decided I need a little more. It's kind of tied up pretty neatly with a bow at the end of Longlegs, and I just kind of felt disappointed. I mean, it's still good. It's one of the better movies I saw, one of the better horror movies I saw this year, but ultimately off of my top 10 and slightly disappointing.
That's fair. Yeah, I totally get that. It does, like you said, it ties it up in a neat little bow. It over explains things at the end.
It over explains it. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yep.
It kind of hung around in my top 10 for a while, and I thought it would, but when I kind of looked back at it, I kind of confirmed some of my feelings about it, my misgivings. Let's see. And then my third honorable mention is Late Night with the Devil. Again, another one where the tone and the execution and the feel of it, I really loved, especially the first time I saw it. I loved how that movie felt. It was another one I was super excited for. I consider myself, a student of late night television. And so to see David Dismalshan do like a Johnny Carson type of thing, it's set on Halloween. I loved the atmosphere. I love the period aesthetic. I love the colors of the photography and everything. But again, it also doesn't quite stick the landing. Instead of being tied up nicely with a bow, it feels a little sloppy. And it kind of doesn't, like, the movie is not better than the sum of its parts, I suppose, if that makes any sense.
Totally.
And again, it's hard to say disappointing because it's an honorable mention and I really enjoyed it a lot. But I again, it was in my top 10 for a little while and dropped out. I kind of hoped for more from it, but still worth seeing. It's a Halloween watch for sure. And I'll probably watch it again soon.
Nice. And you joined me for a review of it in episode 424.
We did,
of
yes.
The Obsessive Viewer. Yeah, which is one of the longest episodes that's not a year in review episode of The Obsessive Viewer, which I'm very proud of.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Yeah, because that is also, it's just shy of 3 hours because I also did a Civil War review with my guest, Brandon Peters. So we had like two, like basically full length reviews in the episode. So
nice.
Very proud of that episode. Yeah. Tiny. Honorable mentions. Mike, were you done?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, nice. Tiny, how about you? Any honorable mentions?
Yeah, I just have the one because I didn't see enough movies this year. But yeah, I just have the one. It's The Substance, which is still not available to a lot of people, I think, in the theater. But so there are so many positive things about this movie. I think the performances, some of the standouts are their performances from both Demi Moore and Margaret Qualley. I had never seen Demi Moore like this before. Which is not a knock on her. I think she kind of had a lane that she was in for the peak of her career, and was never a bad actress by any stretch. But she didn't really show up in the kind of movies that you get nominated for awards for. Her acceptance of her Golden Globe, I don't know if anyone has seen that, but kind of an inspirational speech she gave, and I thought it was really kind of poignant and touching to hear her talk about that. But totally deserved. I thought she was fantastic, as well as Margaret Qualley. And I think the way they tackled themes in the film was really impressive. There's so many of them. Most specifically are, what it's like to be a woman in general, what it's like to be a woman in show business. And they tackled those themes really well. I think the body horror was horrific, and man, it just really got under my skin. I was wincing and looking away from the screen a lot. And I mean that as a compliment. For me, the biggest issue and why this didn't make the top 10 for me was just the overall aesthetic of it. I think it actually took me out of the movie multiple times. It just kind of had this feel to it of a kind of like a cheap episode of Black Mirror. Like it didn't have, for example, the sets that they came up with where when the main character of Sue and Elizabeth are at the movie studio, and then her apartment, it felt like kind of a cheap set to me. And I don't know if that was intentional. I don't know if there was something that the filmmaker Coralie Fargiat was trying to communicate through that I just missed. I'm not really sure, but it was to the point that it actually kind of took me out of the movie because it just didn't feel right to me. And that was a shame. I think the editing also had something to do with it. I felt like some of the editing was a little too quick. But I kind of had some issues with it in that regard, and it's really a shame because it's a crazy movie, and like I wanted to not like it because it made me so uncomfortable, but I think that's the point. You're supposed to feel uncomfortable, and they freaking knocked that out of the park with the movie. So it's a good movie, and it's on a lot of top 10 lists, and it should be. It's a good movie. It just kind of missed out on mine. I feel like that aesthetic just didn't work for me personally, but I'm sure it worked for other people. So that's my only honorable mention this year.
Wow, that's totally fair. Yeah. Quick anecdote about that. I don't remember if I told you this or not, or I think I mentioned it on Patreon. I don't know. Who cares? But the thing about The Substance, when you and I, Tiny, when we saw when we saw Nosferatu, there's a moment in that movie where Orlok is doing the vampire thing, and he's sucking blood and everything. And like you audibly groaned and winced at that. And then
yeah.
And then a couple days later, when you mentioned, you had messaged me and said like, yeah, I've got about however long left in the substance. I was like, oh, you're having a hard time, I'm sure, because
Yep, I did. I sure did.
Yeah. Yeah.
But in a good way. Like, again, you're supposed to have a hard time.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. We'll talk about that later. But once again, you can find my honorable mentions on Patreon at patreon.com/obsessiveviewer, or I do have my I mentioned them in my list on Letterboxd, but and also on the website. I wrote a whole thing. I forgot to mention. I wrote my year in review write up on Obsessive Viewer, link in the show notes and everything. We're going to get into our top 10 lists here in a moment. I do have a little break here, but do you guys want to take a break? Yes. All right. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to be unveiling our top 10 lists for 2024. And before we get to our lists, I do want to take a quick moment to remind you that if you like the show, please take a moment to follow us on social media and subscribe to and rate the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube Music, or whatever your preferred podcast app is. And don't forget to subscribe to the Obsessive Viewer Podcast's YouTube channel, where I have some videos up there and maybe do more live stream and podcast stuff over there this year. We'll see. And if you're interested in starting a podcast of your own, you can go to Libsyn and use the promo code OBSESS. When you sign up for a new account, you'll get up to 2 months free, depending on when you sign up during the month, and we'll get a commission on it as well. More details on that in the show notes of this episode. And now back to the show.
Tell me I view obsessively.
And we're back in it. We're here to our top 10 lists. That's a weird way to bring us into it, but I'm just going to roll with it. We have arrived at our top 10 lists of 2024. As is customary here on the podcast, we are going to go round robin, counting down our top 10. So we're going to go 10, 9, 8, 7 with Mike starting off, and then rounding out with going to Tiny, and then going to me, and then going to the next one down. So that's the format of this. And let's like, without further ado, let's get into our top 10 list, guys. Mike, yeah, bring us in.
Yeah, so my number 10 is a horror movie. It came out in late March, early April, The First Omen. Of course, the prequel, I almost called it a legacy prequel, but it's not really legacy because it's not the plot of The Omen at all. It's a prequel to the original classic, The Omen. And the thing about horror movies now, so many years later, I mean, 100 years later, 60 years after the original Omen, is a good horror movie. How do they take the tropes that the elements that you're used to, the contrivances and the cliches that you have become like dulled to, right? Like your senses have become dulled to. How do they take those things and either subvert them or surprise you or show it to you in new colors or photograph it in different ways? And what I love about The First Omen is it's in the Omen universe, so it has a feel of the type of movie you've seen before. And in fact, in The First Omen, a lot of the scare scenes are telegraphed, like you kind of know when a moment is about to come, but then they flash to moments of extreme gore or extreme brutality. There's a person who is halved at one point in the movie, and I like audibly gasped in the theater, which is a rare thing for me and horror movies in the theater. So like, if there's a gasp or a cringe quotient to a movie, it usually ends up as one of my top horror movies of the year. The atmosphere is super rich. It's 70s stylized. So like any beat that you might be used to feels fresh because it's photographed wonderfully. The performance by the lead actress, Nell Tiger-Free, she plays Margaret, who I don't want to spoil who she is or how she matters in The First Omen, but the movie leads up right to the point where the original Omen begins, and her performance of like being frightened and being confused, but also trying to overcome this horrible thing that's happening to her. I was not aware of this actress before, but it definitely put her on my radar. So again, it feels like a movie you've seen before, but it's done in a fresh way. It's stylized in a beautiful way. The storytelling is really excellent for horror, and the horror acting is extremely interesting. So I think the easy comparison to make with The First Omen is Immaculate, another nun pregnancy movie that came out this year. And I know that Sydney Sweeney has all kinds of hype around her. But I think this movie was slept on because I do think it's the better of the two nun movies, and it's enough definitely to put it on my top 10 list. So number 10, The First Omen.
That is very well said. I loved The First Omen, and
thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's much better than Immaculate, which I was pretty disappointed in. And that was the one I was looking forward to most of these two. But I do want to mention, it's just so interesting. We do this from time to time on the podcast, but just to kind of think about how like the current like climate and current events kind of factor into like movies. It's just so interesting that we had The First Omen and Immaculate. And obviously the kind of thing to tie that to is the overturning of Roe v. Wade in 2022. It's just, it's really interesting to see how these patterns kind of emerge. So,
that's a pretty frequent, critical analysis of horror movies is that they kind of reflect the modern fears, when there's war, or when there's war, you get movies about nuclear fallout. When there's serial killers are super prevalent in the 80s, we get a lot of serial killer movies, that sort of thing. And then obviously we get, like you said, the overturning of Roe v. Wade and pregnancy and women's rights. I don't know. The horror fans are still absolutely feasting in the movie theaters.
Yeah,
nice.
Totally agree. Yeah,
I've never seen the original Omen, but my interest has peaked.
Yeah, I mean, it would make a really killer double feature if you're interested. I highly recommend it.
Watch the original first and then watch the prequel?
I think so. Yeah, I mean,
just to give you some context
just to give you some context, and I think you'll be a little more, the original Omen feels a little sleepy. It feels a little old. I think you might want to kind of get that out of the way and then enjoy kind of a more modern interpretation. And you're smart enough to understand how the timeline works. You know what I mean? It's like when people were telling me how to show Star Wars to my boys, they're like, "Are you sure you don't want to start with episode 1?" And I'm like, "They're not stupid."
Yeah.
Like, I'll explain it to them once and they'll get it.
Right. Okay. Right on.
Yeah. Tiny, how about your number 10?
My number 10 is the latest from Alex Garland, Civil War. I think the strength of Civil War is the way that the story's told. I think this could have very easily been an action movie, could have very easily been a straight thriller movie. But it's pretty much just a drama. That's pretty much what this movie is. And I like the way that the conflict is the central conflict of these divided factions of the country is communicated through well-crafted dialogue, and it's communicated visually. It's not that the film does not take a lazy route by showing you the headline of a newspaper, right? There's not necessarily anything wrong with that, but Alex Garland took a more creative path to get the audience into this film and to build the world. I think the flaw of the movie is kind of in that same vein, that I think we could have used more world building, more information, dive a little deeper I think that could have made the movie even better and had it higher on my list. I think there's some people who didn't like the movie too, and maybe that could have been a better in for those viewers. But I also think the themes of, what a person is willing to do for fame and success were on full display, to achieve their goals. That was a very interesting theme in Civil War. It kind of played into, modern themes of how people display themselves publicly on social media and stuff like that. I think that was maybe a subtextual theme that was probably intentional in the movie, and that's what I took away from it. I don't know if others did, but
Absolutely. Yes.
yeah, that was fascinating to me. And I think it also, the other obvious theme is, political divisiveness, which is really pervasive right now. I think the poignancy of telling this story and releasing this movie now is basically perfect. I mean, right. Who knows what the future holds? Matt mentioned it earlier. The 2024 election was disappointing for a lot of people, myself included. And a lot of us are worried about the future and what direction we're going to take as a nation. But, and this movie touches on that blatantly, that's obvious. And it did it in a good way. It wasn't overt. It didn't beat you over the head with it. And it was very subtle, which, I think that's how a lot of these things happen historically. It's, political shifting and cultural shifts are typically gradual and subtle. And this movie was very gradual and subtle. And it wasn't anything crazy. And again, I think that didn't work for a lot of people. I talked to several people who didn't necessarily like this movie, and they said, it could have been good, but it needed this and needed that. And I understand that, but I think Alex Garland was going for subtlety, and it worked for some of us and it didn't for others, but it worked for me, and I appreciated that path. I've been very up and down with Alex Garland, lately, or at the last several years. I still love him as a filmmaker, but, this was a good one, and some of his other movies didn't make my top 10. But this one was interesting, and I really appreciate the poignancy of it. I think it was just a great timing. So yeah, my number 10, Civil War.
And I will tell you whether or not I was one of the ones who liked it in a little bit.
Nice. As will I. It's great. I'll talk about it later. My number 10 is Nosferatu. It is currently in theaters. The movie was one that it took some warming up to me. Like, I watched it for the first time, and I was a little bit like, it's very much a mood piece. It's an exercise in atmosphere and tone, and like, it's not like an out and out scary horror movie. It's all atmosphere. It's a gothic horror movie. But what I loved about it, as I frequently have watched it now 3 times, what I love about it is the way that it takes this classic of vampire lore and media and everything that is itself a ripoff of Dracula, and it really hammers home some of the, not necessarily tropes, but like the themes of vampire fiction. And I really respect and appreciate how the movie has this absolute like stranglehold on the kind of sexual subtext of it. It makes it text. It makes it an overt thing, and it explores that in such an interesting way. Because it's so tied to the lore of vampires, it's desire, it's just this compulsion. And I just think that that's interwoven with the different like pop, kind of popular, sort of elements of vampire lore, in interesting ways. Like, there's a scene where like the group, I don't want to say the word because I think it's a slur, but the group at the end, they just like, you hear offhand, like you hear someone saying like something about garlic, and it's before they do the vampire thing, And it's just like little things like that, and like not putting attention to like the popular kind of vampire lore it goes a long way to kind of sell that atmosphere and the overall tone of it. And I mentioned it in the review that I did with Andy a couple of weeks ago, but I will say it's great. I loved it, but I still think, for me personally, my favorite anything vampire related is Midnight Mass by Mike Flanagan. So just to give that a plug again, because it's incredible. But that's my number 10, Nosferatu.
This is hard with the round robin because I want to analyze critically with you. Like I want to do the job of being a critic. But Nosferatu is a little higher up on my list, and I'm going to talk about it in a little bit. So I'm going to kind of like save my comments. But I, I'm going to do like, as Matt mentioned earlier, blah blah blah. It's interesting. It's not our typical
back and forth.
It's not our typical back and forth.
Yeah.
And I agree.
And it's also higher on Tiny's list.
Right.
So apologies, but my number 10 is Nosferatu. And Mike, how about your number 9?
Absolutely. My number 9 is Furiosa, a Mad Max saga, which came out, or which I saw on May 30th of 2024. And we talked about how one of the themes this year in horror is like female fears, but I also love movies that are about female empowerment, and I also love movies that are about myth making and like how a legend becomes a legend. And as much as I loved the previous Mad Max movie, the modern Tom Hardy Mad
Fury
Max, Fury Road. That's right. I think I liked Furiosa even better because Fury Road had an element of like, this is Mad Max doing the Mad Max thing. It's a little bit political. Its action is all get out, which I love, but it didn't have like the myth making element to it. Like you don't come out of it feeling like you learned the legend of Mad Max in that movie. Whereas with Furiosa, I mean, clearly you get like her origin story, and half the movie she's a child. But you see how like other characters fear her and how she, like the actions that she takes to instill fear in her enemies in this kind of like awesome, badass revenge action flick. I think Chris Hemsworth is hilarious and awesome and kind of scary. And Anya Taylor-Joy is also a badass in it, along with the politics, along with the incredible action, the beautiful photography, the desert sand and the blue skies. I loved Furiosa. It's probably my favorite action movie of the year, if we're gonna call Dune a sci-fi movie. I don't know. I don't know why I'm making distinction, but I guess I was really into the creation of legends this year in my top 10, and Furiosa was clearly one of the best. So number 9, Furiosa, Mad Max Saga.
Nice. I'm so glad that worked for you. It's not on my list, but I was a little lukewarm on it, but it's impressive nonetheless that anything in the shadow of Fury Road would have been a hard thing to judge against. But it was good. I liked it.
Yeah, I'll talk about it later too.
Nice.
Very cool.
And Tiny, how about your number 9?
My number 9 is Conclave, which I watched on Peacock. So a lot of politics in my list this year. It's kind of jumping at me right now. And I think maybe that's a strange theme to tap into in regards to the movie Conclave, but that's really what it is. It's pretty much a political thriller. It's just set in the context of religion, right? And so, I grew up Catholic, and I'm not anymore. I'm the other side of the spectrum now, and I'm not very active with that anymore. I used to be a very a very confrontational person in that regard, and talk about it way too much, and aggressiveness and all that crap. And I've really gotten away from that, but it's always been part of it's been part of who I am in my adult life. And I think what really grabbed me with Conclave is it really humanized these men for me, and these people, because there are a few female characters. But I think people who are religious, who are Catholics, they really, really elevate and glorify the papacy and the leaders of their churches and everything. And that's kind of the point, right? That's kind of the point of Catholicism. Not to be critical, but that's kind of what it is. And this movie really took those men specifically and really humanized them. And I think kind of brought them down to a really relatable level, because these men are flawed. They do things wrong, and they at least wrong in their context. They're caught up in some quote unquote scandals, and they have these human emotions. They want they want to be leaders. They want to reach the highest office or the highest level of their craft, and there's a bit of shame in that. I think they talk about a lot in the movie how sometimes the best person to be the Pope and to be the number one, to have the number one job, is the person who doesn't want it, right? And even some of the men who say they don't, they find themselves wanting it. And I was very intrigued by all those themes in this movie. And I thought it was a clever way to do it, and it kind of felt right. It was very dramatic, and there was a bit of borderline supernaturality in there a time or two, but it worked. It didn't take me out of the movie. I thought it was well done. Also great performances. Ralph Fiennes is always top notch. Stanley Tucci, those two on screen together, I was like, hell yeah, let's go. Like, I don't care what the movie is. Yeah, let's watch that. So, I was really impressed with Conclave. It was, and I feel like maybe this is incorrect, or I'm reaching here, but I feel like the Catholic Church is just not really in the news like it used to be. At least not in the U.S. I'm sure around the world, where it's a more popular denomination of Christianity, it probably is, in Italy and other places like that. But it was interesting to see another Catholic Pope story. I thought Conclave was really good. Great performances, cool story, and I love the way they tackled those major themes. Good movie.
Nice. It didn't make my list, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. I was surprised how much I enjoyed it. It, like you said, it has this kind of like thriller aspect to it. It's kind of a pulpy sort of like it's like a more intelligent, like Dan Brown story. It's really energized in that way. And it's funny because I mentioned it in the FYC Potpourri episode I did a few weeks ago, that it's funny because I am also obviously like completely on the other end of that spectrum in terms of religious ideology and everything. But I'd mentioned like it's funny because there's a moment where they're like, oh, our job here is to select the next like most famous person on the planet. And I was like thinking like, I mean, yeah, in Catholicism, like, yeah, that's a huge institution, but I'm just like, I don't give two shits about the Pope. And then the other thing that I'll bring up is that I don't know if you saw the headline that like Megyn Kelly railed against Conclave because she spoiled it in the thing, but obviously she's a whack job. But she's like, oh, this movie is a disgrace to Catholicism and Christianity and all that, and just like doing the whole like right wing like angry for no reason thing. I don't know if you saw that or not, but But my thought with that was that, like my retort to that I didn't publicly say anywhere, but I was just like, oh yeah, because you wouldn't want anything to tarnish the name of the Catholic Church.
Right.
So yeah. Mike, did you see Conclave?
No, I did not. I missed that one.
Okay. I recommend it. It's good, and Tiny does as well, because this is number 9.
Yeah.
My number 9 is higher on your guys' lists, so I'll be brief. But it's Dune Part 2, and kind of similar to what Mike was saying about like Furiosa and the First Omen to an extent, I think. The myth-making aspect of it, the kind of creating and completing the story of Paul Muad'Dib in Dune Part 2, it's an achievement unlike any other that I've seen. And Denis Villeneuve is obviously, he's incredible at what he does, but just
he's the greatest.
He is, and like him pulling it off and doing so well at telling this incredibly complex story and using it to further just like the story of Paul as he grows into what he becomes by the end of this movie is phenomenal. It's absolutely just engrossing and incredible. And I forgot to mention that I reviewed Nosferatu a couple of weeks ago on the podcast on episode 460, but I reviewed Dune Part 2 in episode 418 with Tiny. So check that out. I'll put links to all of the episodes that we reviewed movies that are mentioned in the show notes. But that's my number 9 is Dune Part 2. I'm looking forward to Dune Messiah whenever it happens. Can't wait.
Nice. Yeah, I'll talk about it later.
Nice.
Same.
Nice. And Mike, how about your number 8?
My number 8 might have a little bit of recency bias, but I think I can back it up. It's Wicked. And I've said several times on these episodes in particular that I love movies that are a spectacle, that are like a roller coaster ride of visual stimulation and emotion. I also think my theme of the top 10 this year is legends and myth making, and of course this is the Legend of the Wicked Witch of the West, and I just loved it. I think it was the biggest spectacle of the year. I mean, Dune obviously is huge and popular and well received, but not compared to the scope of Wicked, or the reach, I guess I should say, of Wicked. Wicked was absolutely massive, and it just worked for me. I love musicals. Ariana Grande is very, very good, but Cynthia Erivo is just out of control. That's a bad thing to say because her control is insane, but just beyond what you would imagine for a film musical. She has a solo song in the first third of the movie that is just incredible, and then of course Defying Gravity, which is the showstopper of the actual stage musical, translated to film, is even more powerful than seeing it live, which I have 10 years or so ago. And it's just massive. And for all the critical acclaim that Wicked has received, I think it's deserving. I love seeing kind of the Legend of the Wicked Witch of the West that ties into Wizard of Oz, and just seeing this portrayal of female empowerment, and it's political like Wizard of Oz is. And all of those elements came together to probably the best spectacle of the year. So number 8, Wicked for me.
Nice.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm kind of bummed.
I got a chance to see it, and I really liked it. It didn't make my list or anything, but an anecdote is I had to wait like a couple of weeks to see it because pretty much every screening that lined up with my schedule was like almost sold out, and like my anxiety could not handle that. So it is a monster of a movie, and
it's a monster.
Yeah. Also, one of the biggest episodes of Obsessive Viewer was my review of it. Like my biggest week on Obsessive Viewer was the week I released that episode. So so
That tracks.
Yep. But yeah, nice. Number 8 for Mike is Wicked. Tiny, how about your number 8?
My number 8 is Deadpool and Wolverine, which I watched in the last month or so. I really love the whole Deadpool franchise. Like it from the moment the kind of concept movie was leaked online, I was like, man, let's do this, and it's been a full go for me ever since then. I think I know the original Deadpool was on my top 10 for that year. I'm pretty sure Deadpool 2 was on my top 10 for that year as well. And so it felt right to have the ending of the trilogy to be on my list as well, and it totally belongs there. I think Ryan Reynolds' brand of comedy is just perfection for me. His one-liners and his quips and his ability to so effortlessly and smoothly break the fourth wall is just amazing. I mean, I am not a fan of breaking the fourth wall. I think it takes people out of the movie, out of the story. It doesn't work for me a lot of the time, but man, he just goes for it, and it just works. It just works so well. And I think this third entry in the franchise, it really continued that theme and stuck to it, and was just as good. Some of that stuff was just as good as it was in the first two movies. I think maybe the second one might be my favorite. I'm not really sure of the trilogy. I'd have to see him again, but yeah. And incorporating Wolverine and bringing in all these cameos was just so fun. The whole thing with the dog pool was hilarious. It was all the comedy that really worked for me. I love the comedy more than anything. It did have its flaws. I think the team, Dopinder and especially Morena Baccarin's character and everything just borderline absent from the movie, and that was kind of a bummer. I really wanted to see more of them, and they were their driving motivation for the conflict in the movie, and you barely saw them. So that was kind of strange. There was a bit of structure issues in that regard, but ultimately just the comedy and the team up and all that fun stuff really put it over the top for me. I also think the action is kind of really takes a back seat in the movie, but it's top notch. I mean, it's like all the slow motion stuff is really fun, and it's really creative, and the choreography is incredible. It's really impressive. I mean, and it's funny because I don't know how often it gets talked about when people talk about the Deadpool franchise, but it's top notch, and it was a great entry in the franchise. I don't know if there's plans to do a fourth or do more or whatever. I don't really care. I mean, they can, but I think letting the franchise rest with a true trilogy is fine with me. And this was a good way to go out.
It's really funny you said that the action takes a backseat given the car scene.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, right. That's funny. I didn't think about it.
Yeah.
For me, those movies got better with each one.
Nice.
I'd go 3, 2, 1 in order.
Oh wow. Okay.
I would probably say the same. I think I maybe like the first one a little bit more than the second, but the third one I liked quite a bit. I liked it more than a lot of people seem to have, and it is kind of an acquired taste in terms of Ryan Reynolds' whole persona. Like Tiny, sure. I know it works for you, but like for me, like he can be a little insufferable, but his like the way that he toes that line in Deadpool and Wolverine is really good because he has Hugh Jackman to play off of.
Right.
Yeah. So I enjoyed it. Didn't make my list or honorable mentions, but it was a very good entry nonetheless.
Nice.
Yeah. And that brings us to my number 8. My number 8 is a movie called I Like Movies. So this is something that I saw in the run up to awards. It is like, it's a movie that had like a Canadian kind of festival run in like 2022 or 2023 and finally was released wide on digital in 2024. It's available on Canopy and probably Hoopla as well. But it's a movie that I found fascinating. It is a coming of age teen kind of comedy, or dramedy really. Since it's not really that popular. I'll just read the plot summary. Socially inept 17-year-old cinephile Lawrence Queller gets a job at a video store where he forms a complicated friendship with his older female manager. And this movie really spoke to me and really made me wrestle with some things about my life. But what's so interesting is that Lawrence as a character, one of the main criticisms of the movie and one of the main things that kind of turns people away from it is that he is just an insufferable a-hole, like know-it-all, like better than, like he kind of has this disposition towards everyone around him where because he is this like 17-year-old cinephile and he knows like all of the, like he references Todd Solondz's happiness in the first scene of the movie, which is incredible because if you are familiar with that movie, it's disgusting, it's horrifying, it's like normalizing like the worst people that you can imagine, like literally, and making them normalized people. But anyway, he references it as a comedy it's a very, very dark comedy, but like just random people in the video store, like, yeah, you want a good comedy, here's like, try happiness. It's like, they're going to have a bad time. But it's just fascinating to me that of like the kind of running theme for my top 10 is this coming of age story. Like it's something that I feel is done so well, so often. But here in I Like Movies, it's done a different way because it's not Lawrence being someone who is like coming to terms with who he is or coming to terms with things or growing in the conventional way or seeing the error of his ways, really. It's more just him existing as this know-it-all like cinephile. And that spoke to me because like it's something that I feel is so underrepresented that like when you were a kid, when you're going through like the hardest experience of your life where everything is an open wound because socially you're not like developed enough. And even when you're someone like Lawrence or like me when I was a teenager, who's filled with social anxiety, your lifeline is whatever you're passionate about. And when that is something that's like critiquing art or experiencing art, like movies, like Lawrence in the movie, that can have an adverse effect where it creates this like, I'm better than you because I know this movie and the mass audiences don't know that movie. Like it's like the most asshole-ish coming of age kind of character as well. Like you can be like, if you're like 17 or whatever and say like, oh, my favorite movie is Seven Samurai. Like, yeah, if you say it with like thumbing your nose at people who like like The Butterfly Effect or something, like you're kind of a dick. But I said, are you
talking about us freshman year of college?
No, I'm talking about me specifically. Like
I liked The Butterfly Effect.
Oh, no, I didn't. So here's the thing.
No,
with
kidding me.
With the reference to Butterfly Effect, I remembered because when I worked in the movie theater when I was a senior in high school or the summer before senior year, one of the older assistant managers, it was the summer that The Butterfly Effect came out and I had seen it. And then like, the assistant manager came in, the next day when we were working and he's like, oh, did you see Butterfly Effect? And I was like, yeah, I didn't really like it. And then he who himself, he was like a 19-year-old kid himself, or probably like 20 or something. He's like, oh, do you not like movies that make you think?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I was like, motherfucker, my favorite movie is Memento. So, but anyway, so
also for what it's worth, The Butterfly Effect does not hold up. It's really stupid.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But I Like Movies is that type of thing, writ large. And I love it so much for that. And I put on Letterboxd that the beauty of I Like Movies is, despite everything that I said before, Lawrence is worth following and worth rooting for because he says heinous things to people, but you still want him to reach an emotional maturity by the end of the movie. And I felt that was incredibly special and makes it a really memorable movie for me. So that's my number 8 is I Like Movies. And Mike, I know you weren't quite as much a fan of that movie as I was.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
That's fair.
I thought Lawrence was pretty irredeemable. I don't want to, put a shadow over the shine of your top 10.
No, not at all.
It doesn't really matter. But yeah, I think there's a difference, and I think you. I do think there's a reason why you connect with this movie, but what I think doesn't work for me with the movie is the difference between you and Lawrence is that you are a good person, and it's almost like I don't think that it's true that your one hobby is your entire personality, or people that do, like Lawrence, end up being irredeemable assholes, and I don't think that was your entire personality. I think what I liked about you is the way we connected, and that you weren't an asshole, and that you were kind of shy and goofy, but you were nice and communicative. He's so narcissistic in the movie that I don't think I would have believed any like growth by the end of the movie. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't love it. He was really, it was hard to root for him.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's interesting. I think that what I just keyed into most of all with it was that security blanket that he has. Basically, the falling back on like he's and maybe this is me projecting a little bit from my past, because I feel like I'm much better adjusted now than I was when I was a teenager, for sure. Yeah. But just the way that he has this like preconceived idea that like, okay, I love movies, so that means I'm going to be a filmmaker. I'm going to do everything. I'm going to be great, and I'm going to leave everyone in my dust. And like that creates this ego that drives him, and like it becomes so interesting to me when like the wind gets pulled from his sails, like when like the end of year video comes out and like he realizes like, oh shit, maybe I'm not, like he has that realization that like just because he is interested in something, just because he purposely makes it his personality, doesn't mean that he's just going to be naturally gifted with it. It's just, that's something that kind of, those personality quirks just really spoke to me a lot in the movie. Yeah. So yeah. Yep.
I haven't seen it yet, but I really want to. I think it sounds great. It sounds based on like the descriptions I've heard about it, it sounds like it's giving me images of like a vintage Kevin Smith movie.
Yes.
It feels like that. Yeah.
It's giving Kevin Smith. Yeah.
It's giving
Kevin.
Yeah.
It's serving Kevin Smith.
Yes. Which is funny because I mentioned a lot of coming of age stuff in my top 10. The 4:30 movie, even though I loved it, was his latest movie, Kevin Smith's. It's not on my list anywhere, so I just wanted to mention that.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yep. Mike, do you want to tell us your number 7? And number 7.
Yes. Okay. How can you not put a movie that gave you a panic attack on your top 10? I'm talking about Smile 2. So I saw Smile 2 as I was coming out of my sleep issues, and just kind of like everything really kind of set me on edge. And I thought Smile 2 was really one of the scariest movies I've seen in a long time. And that's one of the better compliments you can pay a horror movie, of course. When you see enough, you get used to certain things. But when a movie surprises you, it tends to end up on your top 10. I think Smile 2 is an improvement over the first one. In a lot of ways, it kind of takes the mythology of the first one and doubles down on it. It's rare. Excuse me. The first movie is kind of this self-contained. It's your average horror movie. This demon or this haunting is happening to one person or a small family. So, a sequel is supposed to expand on that, make everything bigger. Well, what happens if, Taylor Swift or Dua Lipa is the one who is haunted by this demon? So by making the pop star who has her own, demons, I guess I should say, but her own struggles before this haunting in the first place, you get this blend of what are the demons that haunt us right there. I like when a movie blends or toes the line between these metaphorical demons and then this literal demon that is causing her to see horrific images and tempting her to kill other people or kill herself. And so it just keeps growing. It's also one of the bleakest movies I've seen in a long time. Just like, when it was over, you're just left like defeated by the end of it. Like there's this inescapable sense that you will be haunted by this demon forever. There's no way out. You're going to die. Everything is horrible. Sorry, go home. And that's how you feel at the end of Smile 2. Also, the performances in it are top notch. I heard that the death in the trailer that I think we see, that's Ray Nicholson, Jack Nicholson's son, and I heard that he was specifically cast because of his smile, because of that, like, Jack Nicholson's smile. I think that's super interesting. And then Naomi Scott is I predict we'll see her in a lot of horror movies, hopefully a lot of movies in general in the next couple of years, but she is incredible in Smile 2, dealing with the fear, dealing with her own demons. Smile 2 is an easy top 10 for me. So number 7, Smile 2.
Nice. It made my honorable mentions, which I talked about on Patreon, but I loved Smile 2. Even just the opening sequence, that is just incredible. Yep. And I was thinking about the ending for so long afterwards, because you're right, just that sense of despair and dread is like, inescapable.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And also, like, they released like an EP of the music from Riley Sky's music. Like,
oh, nice.
Yeah, and like Naomi Scott performs it. And it's really, really good. Like, it's really catchy.
I need to hear that.
Yeah, and like the lyrics are a little on the nose for like themes of the movie and stuff, but I mean it's really, I mean, it's solid.
Cool.
Yeah.
I missed that one too. It should have been on my list of movies we missed, because I really wanted to see. I really like the originals or the first one. So yeah.
Save it for Shocktober, but please do check it out.
Yes.
Right on.
Yes. It was really good. But Tiny, do you want to share your number 7, staying in the horror genre, sort of?
Kind of, yeah. My number 7 is The Sixth. I should have made it my number 6th movie, right? Yeah, but whatever. It's a documentary about the January 6th assault planned coup on the United States that we're all, I'm sure, familiar with. What really jumped out to me is they interview a lot of law enforcement officers in this movie. That's kind of the they're kind of the running theme, sort of. There's 3 or 4 who are interviewed in this, and there's kind of a journalist and then a politician who was present for it. But I thought that was a good route to go, because I feel like most of the testimony and things that I remember hearing from that day were about people in the crowd. It was from a lot of the politicians. They kind of had the loudest voice because they're the most famous, of course. A lot of punditry about January 6th, I don't remember hearing a lot from the cops who were the boots on the ground. And really, it's easy to, it's very easy to speculate, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to say that these police officers saved lives, right? I think there's a lot of debate about this, but I think I don't know that the debate is fair. I think it's blatant that those people, those attackers, terrorists, wanted to kill people. I don't think you can make an argument to the opposite of that. So I think it's fair to say that those cops saved lives that day, much to their detriment. And giving them a voice in this documentary was great to see. I just liked that. And all 3 of them were just so very, very humble people, and talked about this experience with a lot of grace. And whenever I talk about documentaries, it's very hard for me to, and I think this is true for a lot of people who like documentaries, it's very hard to separate, was this actually a really good documentary? Was it artistic and well made, or is the subject matter just incredible? And like what made me love the movie? What made me love the documentary so much? And with this movie, with The Sixth, it's a bit of both. I think just the topic is incredible, and that gives it a lot of credence and makes it a memorable movie. But one thing they did that was so well done in this movie is they had this like digital representation of the progression of this, what turned into a riot, the progression of these terrorists. I'm comfortable calling them that because it's what they are. The way they migrated across town and the mall and all the way to the Capitol, they had this digital representation of that, and it was like 3D, and it showed how this crowd grew and how these police officers tried to keep them at bay, and that was incredibly effective. That was a really, really effective visual. It wasn't just a cop describing it like, oh, I'm looking at 1,000 people, or I'm looking at 5,000 people, or 10,000 people assaulting, all trying to bottleneck into this doorway that we're trying to block and prevent them from getting in. And you could see video of it for sure, and that's obviously highly effective. But I really liked the digital representation of it. It felt like a war room, like I was a general in a war room trying to keep this event at bay, and that was really effective. I thought that was really well done. I think as far as documentaries go, the way this was told, it's a bunch of talking heads, and that's kind of what documentaries are. They used a lot of the real footage from that day really well. I really appreciated the let's call it testimony from the photographer that was on site. His name was Mel. Just to give him Mel D. Cole, who I follow him on Instagram now. He's a photographer. He was taking a lot of live video that day and streaming it and posting it to his social media. I appreciated both his efforts that day and his perspective on it afterwards, amongst the context of everything that our country's gone through over the last, decade or so. That was interesting to see his perspective as well. It was for sure a well-made documentary. Maybe not a ton of originality there or anything, but I think it was a really good format in which to tell this story, and more importantly, to give these people a voice. It was well done in that regard, and the subject matter is, I feel like, this is my opinion, but I feel like we're kind of getting away from January 6th, and we're not talking about it as much, and it's was not as prevalent as it needed to be in this election back in November. There's so many other issues that our country's trying to deal with. I understand that, but this was an attempted coup.
Yes,
someone tried to overthrow the government, and it's not. We can't forget about this. We have to talk about this. It needs to be. We need to be regularly talking about how these hundreds, reaching 1,000 plus people are arrested and going to jail for these crimes committed on this day. And it needs to be part of our zeitgeist, our national conversation, and it needs to continue to be that. And so I'm glad that this documentary was made, and that's part of why it made my top 10.
Yeah. It didn't make my top 10, but it is on my honorable mentions. And to kind of jump off of what you were saying, Tiny, I do think that there is this very significant importance that this documentary poses, because of the age we live in being so filled with misinformation, disinformation, and just willful ignorance. Like, people don't want to confront truth about people that they support, or people, whatever, on whatever side of the spectrum. So there is a concentrated effort to just downplay what happened that day, and to have a documentary that's so effectively goes through the chronology of what happened and so clearly showcases what it was, is incredibly important. And it's such a shame because it was distributed by A24, and they have like a deal with Max. It was on Max for a while, but now I don't think it's streaming really anywhere. It's kind of buried a little bit, which is a shame in and of itself. But I was I thought it was incredible. So yeah.
So we're all pretty lock and step here politically. Like, I agree with everything you said, Matt. I think you agree with everything Tiny said as well. So talking about the movie, I think you ask one of the essential questions, Tiny. I really loved your criticism, like, of documentaries. Like, is the documentary well made, or am I just so into the subject matter? And I think that's a great question. And I don't watch a lot of documentaries, certainly not as many as you do, Tiny. But I don't find that that's a question people ask of documentaries all that often. So I'm impressed by that question, and I'd be interested in doing a deeper dive into that, seeing if there's any scholarly research there.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I agree. It's a tough tightrope to walk, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yep. Speaking of tough tightropes to walk, there's not a good transition there.
I don't even know if that's a good saying. Did I just make that up? Like, is that?
No, it makes sense. Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah,
sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So my number 7 is the aforementioned and going to be further mentioned, Civil War by Alex Garland. In last year's episode, I won't talk too much about it because I want to save that for later in the show. But in last year's episode, we were talking about most anticipated movies, and I think I or someone had mentioned Civil War, and my kind of reticence toward that was that the trailer that had been released at that time seemed a little bit like it was. I think the kind of comparison that was made was that it felt like the left, like liberal version of like a right wing kind of propaganda, like over exaggerated kind of future thing. And I'm so glad that that's not what this turned out to be, because it is decidedly like not depicting like the actual like division within the country right now, but instead it's telling this bigger picture of how insidious this type of fracture can be, and how fascism, how like all of these things can just fester and blow up into a civil war. And the thing that I really appreciated about it was a lot of the character study of it, in particular Kirsten Dunst's character. I really honed in on the fact that she is this celebrated war journalist, photojournalist. And by the end of the movie, you can see how, like, she talks about a little bit in the movie about how, like, how it's disheartening to see the things that she's been documenting for her whole career on her home soil. And like by the end of the movie, she is like, you can see that just that degradation of her will to, like, her capacity to be able to do the job. And that's countered with oh my God, what is her name? Kaylee Spaney's character being kind of the kind of young, fresh upstart that's just learning the ropes. I just think it's a fascinating kind of character study, and all of the political stuff as well, whether overt or more discreet, is just it was really powerful and really incredible. And that's my number 7, Civil War.
Nice.
Yeah. And Mike, how about your number 6?
My number 6 is the most recent movie I watched on this list. So it was a late edition. It's the one that pushed Deadpool and Wolverine out of the top 10. It is My Old Ass. And I watched it on December 29th, 2024. Oh, I loved My Old Ass. I saw the trailer, and I love time displacement movies. I won't say time travel, because there's nobody travels, but there's this discussion of this character by the name of Elliot, who on her 18th birthday has a bad mushroom trip and comes kind of face to face with her 39-year-old self, who warns her of a couple things, and then they kind of have discussion back and forth. They are able to text each other through time, which you kind of just have to lean into that conceit. And really, though, it's this critique of, I think, coming of age movies. It's this critique or investigation of aging and youth and joy and sadness and what the purpose is for living. And what I love so much about this movie and why it spoke to me personally, or the theme that I took from it, is it's about forgiving your younger self. It's about forgiveness for being young and dumb. And as a high school teacher, I am confronted with the ignorance and, frankly, the stupidity of youth in an absolute daily basis. And personally, I also have a little bit of resentment for my younger self and mistakes that I made as a younger person. And this movie, I think, asks the viewer to forgive your younger self, or embrace the inevitability of the freedom and stupidity of our youth. It's like if we were burdened by every sad thing that might ever happen to us or to the people we love or to the world in general, we just couldn't possibly live. So, the main thrust of this movie is this warning that the 18-year-old version of the main character, Elliot, gets from her 39-year-old self, and her wrestling with that warning despite how she feels, despite what love means when you're 18, despite the impulsiveness and ignorance of youth. And in the end, obviously, I don't want to spoil anything, but I think the 39-year-old self, who is totally not the main character of the movie, I think learns more than the 18-year-old self, which is kind of where I talk about why it's a critique of coming of age, right? The 18-year-old I don't think learns. I mean, she learns how to love her family and be comfortable with who she is and where she came from. So there's that element of coming of age. But at the end of it, the 39-year-old self just says, yeah, it's okay to be stupid. Just be young and dumb, because that is the joy of being alive, is to be unburdened sometimes by the dumb decisions we might make. And if you can think back, like if you could talk to your 18-year-old self, would you change those things, or would you forgive yourself? Because it's just the nature of being young. And my wife and I watched it together that night, and we both got emotional watching it, because I think we both felt the same. It's just really heartwarming, funny. Aubrey Plaza is incredible, and it's just totally worth a watch. And it's one I imagine I'll watch again. So, number 6, My Old Ass.
Nice.
Man, I missed that one. You really sold it. I really want to see it now. That sounds incredible.
I've recommended it to a few people, and they weren't as moved by it as Amanda and my wife Amanda and I were. But gosh, in the way that it asks you to like think about you as a young person, I was just so moved by it.
This is why. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
I was just. It sounds like it's almost a pseudo send up of coming of ages as well, which is one of my favorite like subgenres.
Yes, yeah, and it's not like a goofy comedy in that way, but definitely it's critiquing that coming of age format.
Okay. That'd be interesting. So, sorry, what were we going to say, Matt?
Oh, I was just going to say I loved My Old Ass. It didn't make my top 10 or my honorable mentions, but I do think it's fascinating. This is why I love doing the show with you guys and doing this episode in particular every year, because it's so interesting to me that it kind of shows a little bit of like my position and Mike's position. Like, I don't know if position's the right word, but like, it's so interesting that like My Old Ass for you is this movie about like reckoning with who you were as a child, as a teenager, and like all of that. And for me, that's kind of similar to how I felt about I Like Movies. But what's so interesting is that My Old Ass kind of uses that same kind of technique or that same type of like overall theme to explore like forgiveness and like you said, forgiving your younger self and everything. Whereas like my approach to I Like Movies is much harsher toward my younger self. And it's just so interesting to see how these two movies affected both of us.
Man, that's awesome. It's the context and the baggage we bring to these lists. And also My Old Ass is probably the like underdog of my top 10. It's like the most surprising inclusion. Like you can count on me including 3 or 4 horror movies. There's gonna be an award drama darling. I love to include a spectacle on there. A sci-fi movie is gonna be on there, but like I would not have expected this comedy, coming of age, heartwarming. It's kind of outside of my I mean, I love these types of movies, but it's generally outside of my top movies. So what a surprise.
Nice.
And I definitely think it's the context, the internal context.
Yeah. And I think the thing that we can glean from my thoughts on I Like Movies and Mike's thought on on My Old Ass is I've got some growing to do. But
being young is hard.
Absolutely.
Is just hard.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Tiny, you're number 6.
My number 6 is the second and last documentary that I'll mention. This is the Speedway Murders, which Matt and I discussed on OV462. This was a kind of a triple threat of conflict, which I mentioned in the 6th, which is, is the subject matter really good, or is this actually a good documentary? And then to throw in a third aspect to this, it's set in my hometown and features an event that happened in my hometown. So it's like, you have to deal with that bias as well, which we talked about in the episode, and I won't spend too much time on it, but I can for sure answer the question that this is a quality, creative, artistic documentary, which is my favorite thing about it, actually. The way they broke the fourth wall and had these reenactments that broke the fourth wall and kind of forces the audience to participate in the mystery of this, and presents these questions blatantly in the middle of a reenactment is super creative, and I really loved the way they did that. It's something I don't think I'd ever seen that before in a documentary. It's super clever and creative, and I feel like they kind of left no stone unturned with this a little bit. Matt's more familiar with the actual the murder, the Burger Chef murders than I am, but I feel like they touched on all the major themes of this mystery, and it was really interesting for that reason. I think my bias of, again, this was set in our hometown. I don't think that played much of a role in how much I like this documentary. I mean, I don't know that we would have found this documentary if we weren't from Speedway, because this is it's funny, on IMDb they have a category in your statistics, and when I filter it for 2024, this is the most obscure movie I watched in 2024. So this is an obscure movie, and I'm sure this is not on a lot of people's radar, and that's fine.
Yeah, it wasn't on mine.
Right. So, but it is totally worth a watch. I think this is a fascinating documentary, and I know that the true crime documentary subgenre is just overflowing and chock full of stuff. It's so popular right now. I honestly kind of hope it's waning, because I'm kind of sick of it, because my wife is just full bore on it, and she will watch all that stuff, and she will literally say, like, on a Sunday, if I like come home from doing something, or like on a Saturday or Sunday, and she's watching one of these, and she'll just be like, I'm watching my murder stuff right now, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. You go for
Watching
it.
my stories.
Yeah. She calls them her murder shows. She watches all of them, every single one of them that you can think of. She's watched them. And that's fine. And some of them are good. And I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying I am personally very oversaturated with true crime documentaries right now. So it's kind of funny that one made my list, but this one's really good. And I think people, again, you do not need any connection to Speedway to appreciate this documentary. It's a good one. So that's my number 6.
Nice. I will talk about it soon, so I'm not going to really say anything. But yeah, it's definitely on my list, of course. And I'm very proud of the episode that we did. And it is streaming on Hulu, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, my number 6 is a movie that is also going to be talked about in a bit, but it's Dee Dee, the other another coming of age story on my list. This was one of the movies that I paid to see in the theater, outside of like A-list or anything, because it was only showing at Keystone Art, the kind of art house theater nearby. And I was going to review it, and I did review it with Brent Leuthold on episode 439 of the Obsessive Viewer. But it's such the exact type of coming of age story that I just love. It is of an era. It is depicting 2008, so it's kind of similar in some respects to 8th grade. It's about the summer before this Taiwanese American boy enters high school. And the entire movie is just him trying to not necessarily find himself, but trying to find an avenue with which he can become comfortable in his own skin. Like he interacts with it, like his best friend, like there's like discord that grows between him and his best friend. And then like, he's like trying to interact with different groups and trying to find like what he's good at, what he's passionate about, what he's interested in. And I feel like it's another side of that coin that I really latched onto with I Like Movies, except this is a more natural and more funny kind of exploration of those kind of like growing pain moments as you don't know who you are or what kind of person you're going to become, but every single thing that is going on is the most dramatic thing that's ever happened to you, because not a lot has happened to you. And you're just kind of learning as you go.
Isn't that so true? Man.
Absolutely.
Man, that's so tough.
Absolutely. And like this movie, also, I mentioned it in the review and on Letterboxd and everything, but it does feature a needle drop by my favorite band, apologies to As Good As It Gets, Motion City Soundtrack. And the closing credit song is Motion City Soundtrack's latest single, which is a song that I will do soon. Stop talking. So there was so much about this movie that I loved. And it also is this kind of similar to My Old Ass. It is sort of this, this kind of like usurping of the coming of age story. It's like, it's set in 2008, and like in the movie, it shows like a clip from Superbad, which came out in like 2007. And just like, it's like kind of winking at us that like, yes, this is the same type of movie, but it's like a more filtered version of it through this filmmaker's particular experience and the immigrant experience of being a Taiwanese American, in that kind of how that blossoms into just like learning about yourself and trying to fit in the social circles that are in your peer group that can be brutal and be very scary in a variety of ways. So I absolutely loved Dee Dee. And that is my number 6. Dee Dee.
That's awesome. I'm gonna talk about it later, but yeah,
Nice.
I fully agree with everything you said. Yeah, it's awesome.
I need to see it. Feels like my kind of thing.
Absolutely. I'm very, very curious what you think of it. A little gun shy after recommending I Like Movies, but I think Dee Dee is much more your speed for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. How about your number 5, Mike?
Let's do it. Let's do the top 5. My number 5 is Nosferatu. And this is a movie I imagine in the coming years I'll watch again. It takes place during Christmas time, so I'll probably watch it maybe next Christmas. But yeah, Nosferatu totally worked for me. We've talked a lot about female empowerment in this podcast, and what I love about this interpretation of Nosferatu, which, of course, Matt mentioned earlier, is an interpretation of Bram Stoker's Dracula. It's actually a ripoff of Dracula. Is that it takes the main female characters. It used to be like this damsel in distress who needs to be saved. She is the one who ultimately makes choices in the end. Gosh, it's hard not to spoil, but she becomes a savior in a way, and she's a much more powerful character than we've seen in a Dracula or Nosferatu interpretation. I love how it's filmed in such a way that there are scenes that appear completely black and white, even though they're not. So there's this black, white, and blue hue juxtaposed with oranges of warmth back and forth throughout the movie. I think any scene with the titular Nosferatu in it, Count Orlok, is just incredible. What Skarsgård is able to do, like with his voice, which I'm sure they pitched it down in post to add some effect to it, but it's so creepy, and the way he moves is so creepy. Mm-hmm. It's everything I wanted this interpretation of Nosferatu to be. It was. Robert Eggers is kind of quickly becoming my favorite director. He's like challenging Denis Villeneuve for the title of favorite. But I love Nosferatu. I'm not alone. It's kind of one of the more common favorites of the year. Bloody Disgusting called it their number one horror movie of the year. It is not my number one, but it's easily top 5. Can't wait to watch it again. Nosferatu.
Nice.
Awesome. I'm going to talk about it later.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah. And I've talked about it before. Awesome. Well said. Tiny, you're number 5.
My number 5 is Furiosa, a Mad Max saga, which was brought up by Mike earlier. So I liked the story. I liked the performances. I thought it was structured well. All those things were good, but not top 10 worthy. For me, this movie is on my top 10 because of the action. The action depicted in this movie, I thought it actually exceeded Fury Road. I think it upped the ante, not a ton, because Fury Road was astoundingly good. But I think it actually upped the notch just a little bit. I could not take my eyes off the screen during the action scenes in this movie. Most notably, there's a scene. I've only seen it the one time. I meant to rewatch it again, but there's a scene. I want to say it's like early in the second act, maybe, where they're taking the war rig to either the Bullet Farm or Gas Town. I can't remember, but it's one of the first. It's the first big road assault scene. Is one of the best action scenes I have ever seen. I mean, the way it is choreographed. The physical stunts, the setting. I mean, when I was going into Furiosa, I was like, okay, how could they possibly up the ante from Fury Road? And the answer to that is they took these insane Frankenstein machines and they put them in the air. They had flying, gliding. I was like, this is bananas. And not only did they have them, they incorporated them into the action scenes, and they did it in an amazing way. I mean, it is truly, definitively awesome. It inspires all to watch the action scenes in this movie. I was curious and fascinated by the origin story and the creating of the legend, as Mike said, of Furiosa. I was into that, of course, and I love Anya Taylor-Joy. She's one of my favorite actors right now. But that all took a backseat to the action. I was just so enamored, truly enamored by the action in this movie. A really bummer trend that I have set myself in with this franchise. I did not and still have not seen Fury Road in the theater, and I didn't see this in the theater, which is a crime. It's a flat out crime, given how gorgeous and amazing the action is. And I'm sure the sound is. I think sound is one of the things that audiences really miss out on by not seeing something in the theater, which I'll talk about later with another movie. So I really I think Fury Road is coming to Alamo Draft House.
Yes,
maybe?
it was yesterday.
Was it? Oh, son of a
Yeah.
bitch!
Oh no!
Oh, damn it!
I just checked the app, and yeah, it was yesterday.
Oh, that's a bummer because we saw an ad for it when we saw Nosferatu. Damn, I really need to see. I need to start seeing these damn movies in the theater. So yeah, that's maybe that's a goal of mine for 2025.
Nice.
If any of the Mad Max movies make it in the theater, I'll go make an effort to try to see it. But yeah, action does not get better than Furiosa, a Mad Max saga, and that's why it made my top 10. Loved it.
Nice. Yeah, it didn't make my list, but I enjoyed it. I reviewed it on episode something with Brent, episode 431. It's really good. Yeah.
Nice.
My number 5 is one Tiny just mentioned before, the Speedway Murders, which to kind of jump off of what Tiny had said, and we reviewed it, of course, in the bonus episode, which I'm very proud of. I'm proud of that episode because it's always a blast to talk to Tiny, of course, but it was episode 452, but also, we recorded that early and I held back and I released it on November 17th, which is the anniversary of the Burger Chef murders, as kind of a tribute, I guess. But, this documentary was something I was floored by. I have since, I rated it 5 stars, but I have since kind of brought that back down to 4.5. I haven't revisited it, but I think the defining, the thing that kind of decided that for me was I still can't really shake the Brett Kimberlin of it all. How they kind of breeze past, like I don't know. It's something personal to me that it's just paints him as just this normal guy, which is fine or whatever. But like with my research and everything, it's just like it left a bad taste in my mouth. But everything else about this documentary worked incredibly well for me, and I know that it's a tough sell for people to watch this kind of documentary with reenactments of actors playing the characters in this purgatorial like set of closed down Burger Chef, where they eventually like break the fourth wall and start discussing the theories and everything. That is a very tough pill to swallow. And I know people who have connections to the Burger Chef murders, like knew them growing up, who did not like this documentary. And I understand that, and I respect their opinion, and I respect that and everything. But for me, as someone who has like had this kind of case in the back of my mind for a long time, I just found I was floored by it, because that swing of a narrative structure is such an interesting way to give voice to the victims and to really just honor them in an interesting way that, again, is a tough pill to swallow, is not something that is going to resonate with a lot of people, but it worked for me so well, especially in the ending when they're talking about like Ruth's journal and the kind of tragedy of that. And that last scene, with the actors playing the characters, like what happens in that last scene was like brought me to tears. Because of the significance of what it meant. Also, just the fact that it's my hometown and I grew up there, and like they filmed a lot of stuff there and they interviewed a lot of people from there. It was surreal. Like I mentioned in the bonus episode that this is kind of like, that review is kind of the culmination of the Obsessive Viewer podcast, because Tiny and I are talking about a documentary about Speedway. But to kind of, that's basically everything I'll say about the Speedway murders. But I do want to kind of mention that kind of true crime thing is like it. I agree. I'm so disinterested in true crime, and I feel like there is such a large segment of like a fandom toward it that's more about the sensationalization of it and sensationalizing stories, and not really doing the work to really honor like the victims or to really take care to it. And I think that the Speedway murders, in a very unique way, honors the victims, honors the subjects of it, without sensationalizing it or without being exploitative or anything. And to kind of mention a documentary that I watched a couple of weeks ago, that I talked about on the podcast, the flip side of that, also Indiana ties, is Jailbreak, the Love on the Run documentary on Netflix about the Casey and Vicky White jailbreak from 2022, where they ended up in Evansville. That was all over the news. That documentary is atrocious and so grossly like reckless with the way that it paints the people who perpetrated this jailbreak as just people in love. And it's like, it's deeper than that. There's a lot more to it than that. But yeah, it was gross and disgusting. But number 5, The Speedway Murders. It is streaming on Hulu, and we reviewed it in a bonus episode in November, episode 452. Mike,
Yes.
How about your number 4?
My number 4 is A Real Pain, directed by Jesse Eisenberg. I watched it on November 21st, and it's just excellent. I mean, if you, excuse me, if you follow end of the year podcasts or end of the year lists, you will hear people talk about A Real Pain. It's one of the finest directed movies of the year, and it's also one of the finest acted movies of the year. I think what's so interesting about A Real Pain is, from everything I've heard from the press and the interviews that the two performers, Kieran Culkin and Jesse Eisenberg, who play cousins in the movie, everything I've heard from them is that these two characters are really interpretations of their two true personalities. Jesse Eisenberg is this like super neurotic, medicated, obsessive compulsive, anxious person, and Kieran Culkin is this super charismatic but somewhat troubled and fly by the seat of his pants type of performer and person, and that's who the characters become on screen. So I really related with Jesse Eisenberg's character, kind of watching someone as charismatic and interesting as Kieran Culkin's character, and then maybe feeling a little bit of the resentment for that, while also kind of understanding like what gives him his demons, and like being frustrated and annoyed by those demons. We don't really offer this as an award of the year, but like I would say probably my favorite scene in a movie of the year is the dinner scene, kind of at the end of Act 2, the I love him but I hate him scene. So the relationship between the two is fraught for kind of the reasons that I mentioned, but also they essentially grew up together, and in the last couple of years have kind of become estranged. Kieran Culkin is kind of this nomadic character, and Jesse Eisenberg is married. He has a family. He has a job, and so they go to Europe to visit the ancestral home of their grandmother, who was a Holocaust survivor, and in her will she kind of paid for them to take a trip, and anyway, you see them kind of deal with that, and you deal with the internal issues that they have with this experience, but more than anything, it's the struggles they have with each other, and when Jesse Eisenberg's character kind of unloads on him without him in the room, but like while he apologizes for the way that he is to this people at this dinner, while he's also crying and confessing how much he wishes he could be him, but he hates him. It's just beautiful. It's beautifully performed. I don't know how much realism is there. Like, I don't know if Jesse Eisenberg has ever like felt this way about anybody in particular, but knowing that the character it definitely behaves much the way that Jesse Eisenberg behaves in real life. To me, there was some realism in that scene, and I just loved it so much. Probably two of the best acting performances of the year, and that's my favorite scene of the year.
Nice.
Yeah,
we'll both
absolutely.
talk about it
Yeah,
in a bit.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I do want to mention it is, as of today, the release of this episode, January 16th, it is streaming on Hulu. So
Nice.
Yeah.
Please watch it. Yeah.
100%. It's incredible and well said. Tiny, your number 4.
So my number 4, Matt talked about earlier, is Dee Dee. I am a sucker for a coming of age story, as which was again a theme that Mike touched on a little bit earlier as well. I think we get coming of age stories all the time. We get coming of age movies all the time. Some of them are comedy, some of them are dramatic, so on and so forth. And so it's hard to stand out in the genre, in my opinion. And I think Dee Dee has a few things one or two things that set it apart as a coming of age story. I think the essentially the immigrant aspect of it, the fact that they are immigrant, the family is an immigrant family to the country, is an aspect that gives it another level of dimension for sure, and gives it some uniqueness for sure. But that's not necessarily what I latched onto. For me, I think this movie is probably one of the best examples I've seen that tackles the idea of how hard it is for young teenagers to, first of all, understand themselves, and as a result of that, it's difficult for them to have relationships with anyone. Not necessarily romantic relationships, but just any kind of relationship. Friendships and relationships with their parents and their family. That's hard when you don't know who you are and you're still trying to figure yourself out. And, that's kind of obvious to all of us now, but, and that's a recurring theme of coming of age stories. But, this was such a good example of it. I really like how, Dee Dee, Chris, really, his plan or his solution to that problem is he just tried to hide or change who he was at the drop of a hat. He, there was someone coming over like, hey, can we come over and look at this? He was like, oh crap. And so he starts pulling posters off of his wall and hiding all these things about who he is. His anime, he's a fan of anime, is hiding his anime t-shirts or whatever. Like it was sad to see, but also kind of funny because it's like, yeah, I get it. And he's trying to have get into this relationship with this girl that he has this huge crush on, and he's essentially making things up about himself and feigning interest in things that don't actually interest him. And we've all done that, we did that when we were kids, and it's, again, sad and funny at the same time. It's sad and funny to see at the same time, but I think this movie did it really well because it's not super overt. There's a lot of it's told in a it's told through action, which is what I like. It's not just one character saying, oh yeah, I love that movie, or I love that story, or I'm a fan of this or whatever. It was shown through action, and of course it comes crashing down, and I think the repercussions of those actions are sort of realistic. I feel like coming of age uses it for comedy a lot of the time, and there's absolute comedy in this movie, and there's laughs throughout it. But I think it's just a bit stark, the consequences of the character's actions in this. It's sad, but I think he comes to some realizations about how he needs to act moving forward, and how he, instead of changing himself, there's at the end, I'm not trying to spoil anything, but I think he kind of comes to the realization that you're not supposed to change yourself. You're supposed to find your people.
Yes.
You don't have to change yourself. You have to just find people who are into the same things that you are. And that's what relationships are about, is finding your people. And finding a way to reconcile who you are with the people that you can't change in your life, like your family. Right. And it just does it beautifully. it's just beautifully done in this movie, and I loved the movie for that reason. So that's my number 4, Dee Dee.
Nice, well said.
Cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, and that whole thing about him hiding his interests and who he is for the benefit of people that he wants to impress or wants to be part of their circle or anything is something that it resonated with me in a big way. And also, it's, again, not to invoke it again, but it's another kind of not trope of coming of age stories, but it's kind of the reverse or the other side of like what I liked a lot about I Like Movies. It's like Lawrence and I Like Movies didn't have the shame of like his interests or anything, so he wasn't hiding it. But like the other side of that coin is Dee Dee trying to like fit in groups that are more passionate about things that he's not that passionate about or not that interested in, and he's trying to feign that interest with disastrous results. I loved it. It was great.
Nice.
Yeah, so my number 4 is, again, the aforementioned me being an asshole. I watched a movie that is not readily available to everyone else. The Brutalist by Brady Corbett, who you may remember as the obnoxious teenager in the first handful of episodes of season 5 of 24, which is wild to me. But Brady Corbett he directed The Brutalist. He co-wrote it as well. It opens wide in theaters January 17th. So this weekend, if you're listening to this day of release, it is out in theaters. It's a monumental, just epic of monumental proportions. It reminded me a lot of There Will Be Blood, because it's about I'll just read the plot summary. When a visionary architect and his wife flee post-war Europe in 1947 to rebuild their legacy and witness the birth of modern United States, their lives are changed forever by a mysterious wealthy client. And the kind of industrialist who kind of takes Laszlo, played by Adrian Brody, into his circle or pays him for an assignment for an architecture job. That relationship reminded me a lot of Daniel Plainview and Paul Sunday in There Will Be Blood, in the way that it's this back and forth. It's these different classes in American society, but also like different positions in American society. And it's this just epic, sprawling story that's beautifully rendered. Like, it looks gorgeous. That is just this kind of brutal, no pun intended, brutal depiction of this power dynamic between Harrison and Laszlo, the Guy Pearce and Adrian Brody. That is just so entrancing in the way where it leads up is very very provocative and a little like it's pretty crazy. It shows like a lot of the exploitative nature of like the immigrant experience in post-war United States, and how there's a lot of exploitation that kind of trickles down a little bit in some respects, but it is an incredible achievement. It is monumental. Like I said, it has, I think I said this earlier, it has like an overture. It has an intermission. It's 3.5 hours long. It does not feel that way at all. And also Felicity Jones, she plays Laszlo's wife, and she's phenomenal in it as well. Just it is incredible. The Brutalist, my number 4. It's in theaters this weekend.
Nice. I want to see that one real bad.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. If you feel like sitting in a theater for 4 hours.
Yeah, that's rough. That's going to be hard.
Yeah.
Yep.
But worth every second, for sure.
Nice.
And also Guy Pearce, he's incredible in it. And like, he hasn't had like a like a big, like meaty role. I think he's done a lot of like VOD stuff recently, and like it was just great to see him play that kind of that very I don't know if I would say like transatlantic accented like of that era or whatever, but like very like posh and rich and very privileged person with like just like it's an incredible performance. So yeah, The Brutalist, my number 4. So,
Nice.
yeah, are we ready for our top threes, gentlemen?
Top three. Here we go.
Yes.
Yep.
Mike, hit us with your number 3.
My number 3, a movie we have talked about already, is The Substance. I loved The Substance. The Substance worked for me in just about every way. I watched it with my wife the other night. She loved it. And it was a movie I thought about often after I saw it. By the way, I saw it on September 26th.
Nice.
The body horror is absolutely brutal. I think the tone and the satire is absolutely pitch perfect. Tiny, you mentioned like how it's filmed or the setting of it, and I agree it is odd, but I do think that's the point. And if you didn't like it for that reason, that's also completely justifiable. But I think the point of that and the point of the movie is like purposefully exploitive, right? So like everything is this TV show. So there's like the aerobics TV show that they do. There's the super vague New Year's Eve program that they do, which in the end turns into like nudity and then over the top gore and everything. But like, so is the rest of the movie, right? The rest of the movie is that staged TV show type of thing. So like, I think in a lot of ways, everything that feels unrealistic about the movie is intentionally unrealistic and heightened. We're in kind of a fantasy world. I also think the sound design was incredible and incredibly disgusting throughout the movie. Like, chewing of food and cooking and ripping apart of food, ripping apart of body parts. Obviously the poster is this open or this stitched up back, so we see why that happens. It's pretty crazy. So yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's also powerful and sad. I think Demi Moore is just absolutely stellar in this movie. It's a top movie of 2024, horror or otherwise. I think one of the critiques I've heard about the movie is that there's not really a whole lot of subtext to the movie. Like the movie is the text. It's about exploitation and the male gaze and things like that. But it's purposeful. It reminded me of the excess of Wolf of Wall Street, where the excess of it was like the point of the movie. I think the societal pressures that we put on women, and especially women in in Hollywood, it exploits Demi Moore. It exploits what's her name? Margaret Qualley.
Yeah.
It exploits her as well. And like a movie about exploitation that exploits the characters in it, is satire. And I think it's so well done and just gross and icky.
Yes.
I loved it. Easily my number 3.
Nice. Suck it, Tiny. I'm kidding.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll talk about it here soon, but I did want to mention, Mike, when I saw The Substance, I saw it in the theater. I was in the back row. Like there was like one other person in the theater, so I'm okay with admitting this, but I took out my phone and at 5:05 on September 25th, I texted you, Mike, and said, in the theater for The Substance, I'm the only person in the theater aside from one person in the third row. Anyway, was compelled to text you because I legitimately cannot wait to hear what you think of this movie. It's pretty wild, very squirmy body horror for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I had you on my mind as I was watching The Substance, and yeah. So yeah, I'll talk about it here soon. Tiny, how about your number 3?
My number 3 is Dune Part 2, which we talked about in Obsessive Viewer episode 418. So you can we talked about it extensively in that, so you can kind of get a full review there. I was so ecstatic about Dune Part 2 because I thought, what if the first one's a fluke? It was so good. What if it's a fluke? What if you can't continue that enthusiasm and the quality storytelling and everything from the first movie? And not only did he do that, not only did Denis Villeneuve do that, but I think he kind of upped the ante in several ways with Dune Part 2. I am most impressed by how delicate the story is and how delicate it has to be to tell it. There's so many things and there's so much, there's body modification, there's borderline magic, and there's all these things that could be so over the top, which is well exemplified by the John Lynch version from the 80s. That's a relatively over the top movie, and that's not what I wanted. I don't think that's what a lot of Dune fans want in a movie, a Dune movie. And so Denis Villeneuve got away from that with the first one, and it's a difficult to reuse my my analogy. It's a difficult tightrope to walk. And he continued. He did it beautifully in Part 2, and I was so thrilled with that. I think giving us more time with the Harkonnens and grounding them a little bit by taking us to their homeworld of Gedi Prime was a good move. It sort of it again kind of grounded that family, that house, those characters a little more. Although I will say, not a criticism necessarily, but I feel like the Harkonnens were had like horror elements to them in the first movie. That I think some of the mystery of them was horrific, and the way they acted was horrific. And obviously there's some of that in this too. The whole Colosseum stuff and the performance there, that was horrific, but it felt a little toned down from the first movie to me, which I missed it a little bit. I'll put it that way. But it's still highly effective character work. I think the big crux of the movie, or the big difficulty with it, is how do you blend literally millennia of lore that was created by Frank Herbert and his son in a dozen plus books and comics and short stories and all that. How do you blend all that together? How do you tap into all of that lore and turn it into a 2-hour movie, 2.5-hour movie, or a series of 2.5-hour movies? That's just so difficult. And Denis Villeneuve is taking elements from the first book and the second book and parts of short stories later on, and blending them together and doing it really well, and making it all work together is incredible. And I love Timothée Chalamet. This is, I think, maybe the best I've seen from Zendaya. I loved her in this. I feel like the oh gosh, this is killing me. The character of Javier Bardem. Good Lord, this is killing me. His character got a bit convoluted, or just a little goofy at times, but still provided a little bit of comedy as well. So I think that was a fair trade-off. I'm not going to do a full review because we already did that, but I love Dune. I think about Dune all the time. It is a tentpole sci-fi story, and to watch Denis Villeneuve pull it off, and nonetheless pull it off twice, is insane. I can't wait for the next one. I've been watching the show Dune Prophecy on Max. It's solid. It's pretty decent.
Nice.
It doesn't have quite the impressiveness of the movies, but it's a solid watch. I just love that we get to be in that universe right now, and feel super fortunate, and it's amazing. Can't wait for the next one. My number 3, Dune Part 2.
Nice. I was going to ask you if you watched any Dune Prophecy. I haven't, but I'm going to check it out for sure. And then it's exciting that it's going to be back for a season 2 as well.
Oh, nice.
So I'm looking forward to digging into that, because the universe building of that is incredible. Also, Austin Butler in that movie was fantastic and scary.
Yes.
And Javier Bardem was Stilgar.
Stilgar, thank you. God.
Yeah. Yep. So my number 3 has already been discussed, and will be discussed in the next round, not to spoil it. But, my number 3 is A Real Pain, which does have the distinction of being like the most covered movie in terms of Obsessive Viewer podcasts. So I had covered it in an immediate reaction recording when I saw it at Heartland on October 11th. And then Tiny and I did an immediate reaction in the car after seeing it at the screening, where we had a spoiler talk about it on November 14th. And then I reviewed it with Brent Leuthold and Obsessive Viewer 453. And it was further discussed in the last episode of 2024, episode 459, when we were counting down the IFGA 10 best films of 2024. So A Real Pain. To talk briefly about it, I loved it. Mike, your analysis of it was beautiful, and I really just agree with everything you said. That kind of depiction of these two people who are bonded together by blood, and just like deeper than that, like they're just like they're incredibly together. They're like brothers, but they're cousins. But their growth and their distance from each other as they kind of reckon with like their family history and stuff, like the way that it depicts that the real pain that they're experiencing is wonderful characterization. It's some of the best screenwriting and directing that I saw all year. And yeah, that scene at the dinner is phenomenal. I think the tour of the concentration camp was one of the most emotionally just like emotionally draining in a good way sequence that I saw all year. Just the commitment to being completely silent and just having like minimal dialogue and no music play, just having the characters exist and having them just like see this sight, and just having the impact of that filter out to the audience was incredibly powerful filmmaking. And I was floored by this movie, and yeah, it is an easy number 3 for my top 10. A Real Pain. Yeah,
love it. Love A Real Pain.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
I'll talk about it here in a little bit.
Nice. And Mike, your number 2.
My number 2 is a movie we have all talked about, which we'll talk about in a second. When we're done, I've got some stats for us. So it's Dune Part 2, which I remember when I saw it, which was on February 29th. So early in the year. I think I texted Matt, maybe Tiny as well, and I said, I imagine this will be on all 3 of our lists, maybe in our top 3, all of us. Turns out it's in my top 2. Nice. Again, one of the themes of my top 10 this year is legend making, and more specifically myth making. And what I love about Dune, and I haven't read the books, but so this is just my interpretation of the new film adaptation, is the critique of the monotheistic religions and religious extremism. And so, Javier Bardem, his kind of ridiculousness is that religious extremism. And so what I didn't realize going into Dune Part 2 is is it Paul Muad'Dib? Is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What I didn't realize is the that it's going to ask us to question his role as a leader or a hero, because he's pretty heroic in the first one, but you kind of see some questionable methods toward the end. And as I'm watching it, I kind of like disliked how it made me feel, but like as soon as I started thinking about it, I love how it questioned the trope of hero, or the trope of the hero's journey, and essentially the myth making, right? That he makes his own myth, or leans into the myth that these people want him to become, and you don't know by the end of it if you're rooting for him or not. And I think that's really brilliant. Everything about this movie works. It's epic sci-fi, like by the complete definition of the word epic. It's beautifully filmed. The oranges, the grays, I really love a lot. The battle choreography is really impressive. There's huge war scenes that I thought are excellent. You mentioned Zendaya being excellent in this, Tiny. I couldn't agree with you more. It's probably, like you said, Timothée Chalamet's best work. Kind of every element. Like I can't even find critiques about it. I can't even find things about it that I didn't like. And it all kind of adds up to be an easy top 2 for me. So number 2, Dune Part 2.
Nice.
Awesome.
Nice.
I love the dissection. Matt and I didn't really dissect it as much.
Yeah.
Because we did it in our episode.
You already have, for sure,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, very well said, Mike.
Thank you.
And as is usually the case, I am wishing I had marked it higher.
Oh no.
But
Happens
that's
every
fine.
time.
Yep. Tiny, you're number 2.
So my number 2, you guys have already talked about it, is A Real Pain. And I hope I hope you'll both indulge me, and the audience will indulge me in a bit of a story here.
Of course.
So I had the pleasure and privilege to visit Poland back in 2013. I have some family there. We went over there for a wedding. And while we were there, we got to visit Auschwitz. And so I actually got to tour Auschwitz. And I think I've talked about it on the podcast before, but I don't know that I talked about this specific moment. But while I was there, I learned, I didn't really know this as well, but I learned that the close to 1 million Poles were murdered, not because they were Jewish, but because they were Poles. And I think a lot of people don't know that either. Of course, there were a lot of Jewish Poles who were killed because they were Jewish as well. But and so I didn't necessarily know that. I didn't realize that was such a problem or such an aspect of the Holocaust. And I learned that while I was there. And I had this moment where I was standing in Camp 2 of Auschwitz. And it kind of poured over me that if I had been standing in that exact spot 80 years before, people would be actively trying to murder me just because of who I am as a person.
Yeah.
And it was the weirdest feeling. It was tragic. It was awful. All these things. And I, of course, cried, and it was horrible and everything. But it gave me a lot of perspective about, like how do Black Americans feel, right? This day and age, walking the streets of anywhere, especially in the South, anywhere like Atlanta or Montgomery or Shreveport or, whatever, any of those, anywhere 60 years ago, someone could have walked up to them and murdered them and very little would happen, and it gave me a lot of perspective on the concept of privilege, and stuff like that. And it was really, it just made me think a lot, in that moment back in 2013 when I was there. And that moment, that emotion I felt, I know millions of people have felt the same way, but it was incredibly real for me. And to see it validated in A Real Pain was incredible for me. Amongst all of the parts of this movie that make it amazing. You guys have talked about the dinner scene, which I thought was remarkable. I loved the camera work in that scene too. It was incredible.
Yeah.
Amongst the acting and the writing was incredible. But for me, one of the scenes that really sticks to me, and I don't think you guys have mentioned it yet, is the part where they're on the train, traveling, and Kieran Culkin's character has the realization that, hey, we're a group of Jewish people on a train right now. And he's like, 80 years ago, groups of Jewish people who were on trains were being sent to their death and their murder. And he has that moment of realization. And I was like, holy shit, that's exactly what I went through. Not exactly what I went through, but similar, very, very similar to what I went through when I was there. And I was like, man, it was so validating. And to see that moment just was an incredibly personal moment for me. And And so not only is this objectively an incredibly good movie for all the reasons that you guys mentioned, which I fully agree with, but personally resonated with me unlike a lot of movies ever have. So, and, of course, my family is ethnically Polish. And so it meant a lot to me in that regards. And there's a tie to Indiana. So there's all these personal reasons to love this movie on top of the fact that it is objectively just incredible. In all the ways that you guys mentioned before. So, as soon as I saw it, it was my number one for a long time, but, for a while at least. And, it's my number two, but yeah, this is an incredibly resonant movie that's going to stick with me for years. And it's something I want to show the rest of my family. And it's, really special for me. So yeah, my number two, A Real Pain.
Nice. Well
Love
said.
it.
And
Yes.
I've said countless times on the podcast that as soon as I got out of that movie, I was like, I just saw Tiny's movie of the year. And that's very well said, very beautifully said. And yeah, great. That's A Real Pain, Tiny's number two. My number two has been discussed previously in this episode. It is The Substance. For all the reasons that Mike said and all of the stuff that Tiny even said in his critique of it, this movie just affected me on a deep level in terms of the imagery. The body horror aspect of it is disgusting. It's so unsettling. I referenced the text that I sent to Mike during the movie, and throughout the movie, the body horror was so severe for me that I thought I felt like I was going to maybe throw up a little bit. And the way that the body horror is in service to the themes of the movie, how it is depicting the exploitation of women in the entertainment industry, in the limelight, in the most just visceral and egregious way without being exploitative itself, is incredibly powerful. And it really speaks to kind of just how the entertainment industry views women of a certain age. And it's all in like Dennis Quaid's performance is disgusting, gross. The sound design of it is so unsettling and so unnerving. I'll never look at Shrimp the same way, but some of the satire, some of the context of it is a little on the nose. His name is Harvey. He's an executive. You don't really have much room to, that's a little overt, but I think in the way that it's depicting that satire, and kind of to the point that Tiny made about the way that the sets look cheap and look kind of look like a different fantasy reality, basically. I think I also think that is very intentional, because it's when you look at it, the characters being this household name for a jazz, a jazzercise, exercise thing that harkens back to the 70s TV and stuff, and Jane Fonda workout tapes or whatever. But it's also so interesting that this character has a star on the Walk of Fame, and their claim to fame, and the thing that kind of pushes her out is that she's on a TV show, daytime, exercise program. And it's just that getting on the Tonight Show or a late night talk show and talking about it is just so interesting as a way to explore how kind of useless all of it is, how unimportant it is.
Yep.
And I think that informs the themes and the subject of the movie so well. And again, the body horror is the design of it is so unnerving. I mentioned early in this episode when I was talking about my health stuff, I mentioned I had because I had been ignoring my diabetes stuff, I had really bad neuropathy in my feet to where it was stinging pain and stuff. And probably 2 months after I saw The Substance, I was in bed and I had just pain shooting in my toes. And I just, for some reason in my brain, I got into my head not even the worst part of The Substance in terms of body horror, but the initial part of it where her finger is rotting. I kept thinking is that what my toes are doing right now? Is that, am I, it was horrifying to me. So the substance helped me reckon with my health issues to a certain extent. But the performances are amazing. The imagery is horrifying. I rated it 5 stars, and I covered it on. I didn't actually cover it, like I didn't review it on the podcast because of stuff going on in my life. But it was talked about in Obsessive Viewer 459, the end of year IFGA top 10 best films of 2024 episode. But I mean, this is a movie I rated 5 stars. I don't know if I have the stomach to watch it again, but it has stuck with me in the best and most visceral way. So The Substance, my number 2, just fantastic.
Love it.
Yep.
That's great.
Yep. So how are we doing, guys? Do we want to bring us into the number 1 movies of the year?
This is it.
Yeah.
Our number 1. And
I'm ready.
I believe we're all going to talk about a movie we have all talked about already.
Nope.
No,
I
not
won't.
True. Matt's got one.
Yeah. Which is not a surprise. People know what it is. I've talked about it. Yeah. But go ahead.
Yeah. That's okay. All right. Well, my number 1 is Alex Garland's Civil War. It came out early on in the year. It was in the number 1 spot. I saw it in April 24th. It was in my number 1 spot early on. And it didn't really budge after that. I kept, thinking this movie or that movie would kind of overtake it. But I don't think there was another movie this year that I thought about longer and more frequently throughout the year. To kind of repeat some of the things that have already been said, but put my own twist on it. What I thought was so interesting about Civil War is the trailer, like you said, Matt. You said it was like the left's version of some war propaganda movie, but I'll be going into it. I didn't even understand the perspective it was taking. Like I didn't know what side this movie was on, and it turns out it doesn't really take a side. It's not about modern politics at all. And when I kind of recommended it to people, I really had to be like, listen, this movie is not overtly political in the modern sense. It's not about our modern politics. Well, it is, but it's not in the sense that it's a movie about the left or a movie about the right. And so I found that super refreshing because that's kind of my current interest in politics. I found that to kind of protect my mental health, I really have kind of unplugged from this left versus right perspective or this media spun obsession with the two sides, left versus right. And so this movie is saying, yeah, that doesn't matter, but let's take a look at what our behavior might do to the people, or how people might act and react years after our current behaviors kind of put us on a spiral toward a civil war. Another interesting thing about the movie Civil War and calling it Civil War is that the last time a war was fought on American soil was the Civil War. I mean, of course, Pearl Harbor, but then the battle moved to Japan very quickly, and then was fought in Europe. But other than that, being on the continental United States was the Civil War. So we have when we talk about like war news and specifically journalism in war and war photography, we're always looking at war somewhere else, right? Even when America is involved, we're receiving these pictures of people who are thousands of miles away, and we can kind of distance ourselves from that. So this movie kind of asks, like, what would we do? What would Americans do if war was fought on this soil. And the sad reality of it is we would kind of sensationalize it, right? We would radicalize and news. I saw a lot of critiques of this movie about how rather than glorifying the war, it like puts journalists on a pedestal, but I kind of disagree with that. I think it kind of critiques journalism, or it critiques, and Tiny, you kind of mentioned this, the lengths to which people are willing to go to get the story. And I didn't find that the main characters in this movie were all that honorable. I mean, like, it's anything for the story to extreme lengths. Now, that said, I do think I side with them, and particularly Kirsten Dunst's character may have fought for something honorable originally, but I love the critique of it. It's a critique of us politically, not in a modern left wing or Trump's America versus right wing. Anyway, so you can admire the photographers in this movie, or you can recognize the exploitation that they do with this war photography, because again, much like The Substance, I think this movie is about exploitation, right? So like, these journalists are photographing the war so we can go, oh my gosh, look how extreme they're willing to go to see this death and these explosions and everything. Oh yeah, but we're watching a movie about death and explosions, which, by the way, is one of the most tense and action-packed movies of the year, right? So like, there's scenes of mass deaths. There's super tense, like, sniper on the roof scenes where you just like sweat watching this. So it works as an action movie. It points the camera back at us to say, yeah, but don't you love the things that we exploit? Don't you love war journalism? Don't you love war photography? I know you do. So here's a bunch of it that doesn't quite take a side, but you love it anyway, because that's what the news wants us to watch. And then the final shot of it is, it ties up all those themes, and it's a wink at the camera and it's a wink at us. Like, don't you just love it? Like, wouldn't you be excited if our modern politics ended this way? And I just think it does, it looks at modern politics in a way without saying, hey, this is modern politics, but it's a great action movie. It's wonderfully performed. And it asks us to critique ourselves, which I think is one of the most effective things that a movie can do. It's my number one of the year. It's a movie I can't wait to watch again. Civil War, number one.
Nice. Beautifully said.
Thank you.
Yeah, I loved it too. Yep.
It's funny, just real quick. It's funny you talked about how, you talked about so much how the lengths that people will go to for their art or for their journalism and all that stuff. And I think I was, to be honest, I was almost looking for a reason to bump Civil War off my top 10, or looking for another movie to bump it. I don't know that this is a critique, but for me, I think the movie could have gone a little further. Like, is that crazy? Am I nuts for that? Because I feel like everything Mike just said, there's all this action and people doing these borderline heinous things or blatantly heinous things. I feel like the movie could have gone further. I don't know. That maybe I'm nuts.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's fair. I don't think there's any I don't think there's too far.
Yeah, right.
I think any further it would have gone, it would have been like, yeah, this is exploitation. I hear you though. I guess I didn't think of it that way, but yeah, I think further would have been okay for sure.
Sure, and it's war. There's no limits in war. So
that's right. Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Interesting though. Yeah. Good critique though, or good. Good analysis.
Thank you.
Yeah. Tiny, your number one movie of 2024.
My number one is Nosferatu, Robert Eggers' latest.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. So this is the second time in 5 years I've had a horror movie as my top movie, and
nice.
Which thrills me. I stand by The Invisible Man in 2020.
Yep.
So this movie taps into the very roots of horror, right? You know, Bram Stoker's Dracula in 1897. It's not fair to say that was the invention of horror, but that was the mainstreaming of horror, right? No one is there anything before Bram Stoker's Dracula that
no, it's the prototype,
right?
I think, yeah.
Obviously, word of mouth, you know, horror stories existed before Bram Stoker's Dracula, but that was the mainstreaming of horror was Bram Stoker's Dracula, and this movie taps directly into that, right? It's an interpretation of Bram Stoker's story, so this is the very roots of horror we're talking about here. When we saw this in the theater, I turned to Matt and I said, I think this is one of the most unsettling movies I've ever seen in my life, which delights me. That's not a critique. That's not a bad thing. Like I want to see it again. I can't wait to see it again. I really, really hope people go see this in the theater. And again, I talked about the concept of sound with Furiosa when I was talking about that. That is one of the best aspects of the movie theater for me. And there's a moment, you know, everyone knows this is about a vampire and vampires drink blood, right? So there's a moment where the Nosferatu Count Orlok is feeding, and the sound, the gulping of that moment is visceral and disturbing and sickened me again in a delightful way. I was delightfully sickened. I wouldn't change it. It was great, right? And it was only done like twice in the movie. I don't need any more. I don't need any less. It was perfection.
Yep.
I wrote a review of this in my Letterboxd entry for this. I said it was absolutely astounding, horrific, and unsettling. But I was trying to think of a way to communicate the darkness of the movie and the tone of it. And I said that all semblance of joy in the film is violently cast into darkness in such a remarkable way. And it never stops, right? Movies have ebb and flow typically, right? And this movie has no ebb, in my opinion. It is just a flow of darkness that does not stop. And every single scene, I am unsettled. I'm worried. There is this coming plague, and it's not going to stop. And it's incredibly well done. Typically, I like some ebb and flow. It's like, oh man, I need a break from the action. I need a break from the horror. I need a break from the drama. I need some comic relief. I didn't want it with this movie. I wanted this flow of darkness that does not stop. And it does not stop. And it's incredible. And it's beautiful. And I typically want that ebb and flow, but this is one of the few exceptions I can ever think of where I didn't want it to stop. And I was so delighted by the constant flow of darkness in the movie. It's really remarkable in that regard, and why it's my number one. I was beyond impressed by Lily Rose Depp. I have not been able to decide who the standout is, whether it's Lily Rose Depp or Bill Skarsgård as Count Orlok. And Mike and I think Matt mentioned the voice work is some of the best I've ever heard. And again, the sound in the theater of his voice. I especially love the foreign language he's speaking, which I don't actually know what language that was. I kind of failed my research in that regard. I don't know what language that is that he's speaking. I don't know if it's Hungarian or some dead language. If it's Latin, I don't even know. But it's so effective. It is incredible. And as Robert Eggers said in an interview somewhere that he kind of felt bad for Bill Skarsgård because he's not there. He's not in this movie. You cannot, absolutely nothing about him is recognizable in this movie.
Yep.
Again, in a fantastic way. So I'm having trouble deciding which performance I like better, and I don't think I'm going to decide because I don't need to. But Lily Rose Depp, I've never seen her in anything. You know, I've never seen her in anything else, and she just comes out of nowhere and just blew me away in this movie. So I remember Mike talking about kind of the theme of female empowerment. It's such an obvious choice for this movie, right? I mean, the crux of the movie is this attraction, right? This draw that these two characters have to each other. And why it's funny, all these vampire movies, this woman is the damsel, but she has all the power. She has so much power in this movie, and that the concept of vampirism and Dracula is this woman has this so much power, and it's never, well, I don't want to say never, but typically is not on display. It's not used in these vampire movies, but Robert Eggers tapped into that and did it remarkably well. I love how this character realizes her power and grasps onto it and drives the movie once she realizes that. It's incredible, and I love the movie for it. I also would be remiss if I didn't talk about the visuals. There's a lot of homage to the original, which I've seen and is a really good movie in its own. I definitely recommend checking it out. But it wasn't crazy. Like, it wasn't like a remake, right? It paid homage to the film in a respectful way. And then I think one of the last things that really jumped out to me that I just adored was the use of sexuality in the movie. The theme of sexuality has always been present in Bram Stoker's original vision of Dracula. It's always been there, but it's usually used as subtext, or it's kind of read between the lines. But I absolutely loved how it was completely overt in this movie. There was no getting around it. It wasn't subtext. It was like, literally the opening scene, Lily Rose Depp's character is moaning, and I don't care what you say, there was a tone of sexuality to it.
Mm-hmm.
It was,
yes.
It felt that way, right? And there's there's a sex scene that's not necessarily sexy. It's like it's incredible to me how they overtly tapped into that theme. And I can't remember a time when I've seen that in a Dracula vampire movie. Done so well and done so overtly and just incredibly well done. I love that about it. So this movie, like, again, the unsettlingness and the darkness, it just like cut into me. It like cut into me, and it's going to haunt me for a long time. And that is the absolute beauty of horror, in my opinion, and that it can cut into you, and it can disturb you in bad ways. But this movie disturbed me in a awesome way, and I can't wait for it to bother me again when I watch it again. So please go see this in the theater. Please go see it. It's an incredible movie. It's my number one of the year. Love Nosferatu.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Excellent.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's one where in some years from now, if we ever do a re-roll and try to like look at our actual favorite movies from each year, I could see me calling Nosferatu my retrospective number one of the year.
Nice. I could see me retroactively making A Real Pain my number one.
Right, fair. Yeah.
For me, I don't think I would retroactively make my number one anything other than what I'm about to unveil. My number one movie of 2024 is a movie we have not talked about. It is Jane Schoenbrun's I Saw the TV Glow. It is a movie that I watched in May of 2024. I reviewed it in episode 429 with my guest Sam Watermeyer, who made 12 appearances on the podcast this year. Love having him on. It was a lot of fun. We reviewed I Saw the TV Glow and The Strangers Chapter 1. I'm very proud of that episode because this was my movie of the year when I saw it. I Saw the TV Glow is kind of like the best version of that coming of age thing that I've talked about. It's kind of the running theme of my top 10 list this year, is this coming of age kind of identity crisis, realizing who you are yourself, kind of motif throughout all of my, like most of my movies on the list. And I Saw the TV Glow is such a unique and interesting exploration of that. And what I loved about it is that this is a trans filmmaker telling a trans allegory, a trans story, that is a cautionary tale. Like, the movie does not have like a happy ending. And it is a profound, incredible ending that it has where, I'm not going to spoil it or anything, but there's just this sense of, what happens when your mind, when you are so unsure of who you are and who you're supposed to be, who you would be more comfortable as, is being smothered by your brain, your mind. You have this thing from external sources, whether it be family or society as a whole, just kind of keeping your identity buried, to the point where you flash forward to when you're an adult and you've missed out on that sense of identity and who you're supposed to be. So you live this life that is just dictated by convention and a natural, like what is in quotes, a natural existence in society. And it's just the pain and how that just is deeply rooted, and it's depicted in this movie incredibly well and incredibly horrifying in its own way. I talked about how there is this, like we've kind of talked about best scenes of the year, favorite scenes of the year. There's several from like every movie in this list that would make my best scene of the movie of the year. But my absolute favorite sequence is in I Saw the TV Glow in the beginning when Owen is narrating and saying his experience with Maddie and how they bonded with the Pink Opaque, the show that they were fans of, then they became fans of, as he's walking through the hall of high school and he's narrating, and we get the beautiful animation of the VHS tapes where Owen is talking about how Maddie will leave him recordings of the show so that he can watch it, because he's not allowed to watch it at home. He has to watch it in secret. And we would have, like, he would have all of these things, these animations of the videos, and like these little like scraps of notes, like, can you believe this happened? This is all happening as he's narrating it, as he's walking down a hallway that is covered wall to wall with the standard high school platitude motivational stuff, like pain is temporary, or pain is like whatever, leaving the body, like work hard, do this and all that. And it's just this incredibly visceral moment where this character is not able to fit in a heteronormative existence, or cisnormative, whatever you want to call it, existence. So you're seeing this visualization of this character existing in what is a normative, like conventional existence in a high school, while it's showing the thing that he is gravitating toward, that he's latching onto as a lifeline. Like I said with I Like Movies, he's latching onto the Pink Opaque fandom as a lifeline, and it's also something that is helping detrimental to his mental health. It's helping to conceal his true like identity, his true existence. And I think that is the power of this movie, is that I am a cis straight male. I'm incredibly privileged because of that. But what I love about this is that the power of this filmmaking in this movie is that it is exposing me to a lived experience that I don't have any context for. I don't know how the trans experience is for people. And this is exposing me to that, while also being a love letter, being a love letter to fandom of genre television, and how like we escape into these worlds, into these fandoms, into these obsessions that we have, because we don't know how to exist in our own skin. And that's the wonderful line is early in the movie when Maddie asks Owen, do you like girls? And he just says, I like TV. And it's just like that amazing, like, you don't know who you are. You don't know what your orientation is. You don't know your sexuality. You don't know anything, but you know one thing: you are attached to media, or you're attached to something that you find fulfillment in, because you don't have the mental energy or the maturity to recognize and recognize who you should be, or who you're meant to be. And it's just, it's a beautifully and weirdly told story. And it's one of the most unique movies I saw all year. And I talked about on Patreon on my, honorable mentions, The People's Joker is an interesting kind of like flip to that, where The People's Joker is a trans story from a trans filmmaker who is telling this story that's more empowering than I Saw the TV Glow, because I Saw the TV Glow is like a cautionary tale about denying who you are and denying your existence, your identity, and all of that for the sake of, you know, a more quote unquote comfortable lived experience through your life. Whereas The People's Joker is this empowering, like, coming out story that's told through this incredible, like, animation of like the Batman universe. But I Saw the TV Glow, just, it hit all the marks for me. It was incredibly profound, beautifully told. And it was my number one movie in May, and it did not budge from that at all. So it's streaming on Max, I believe. My number one movie of the year. I saw the TV Glow.
Damn.
Awesome.
So cool.
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that one.
Thank you. Yes, I obviously highly recommend it. And that is our top 10. Those are our top 10 movies of the year. Really quickly, just to recap, Mike's top 10. Do you mind if I just rattle off everything?
Go for it.
Mike's top 10 was Civil War, Dune Part 2, The Substance, A Real Pain, in order of... I'm going to do that again. At number 1, Civil War for Mike. Dune Part 2, The Substance, A Real Pain, Nosferatu, My Old Ass, Smile, Wicked, Furiosa, a Mad Max Saga, and coming in at number 10 for Mike was The First Omen. And Tiny's top 10 at number 1 was Nosferatu, number 2 was A Real Pain. Then we've got Dune Part 2, Dee Dee, Furiosa, Mad Max Saga, The Speedway Murders, The Sixth, Deadpool and Wolverine, Conclave, and at number 10 was Civil War. And for me, number 1, I Saw the TV Glow. Number 2, The Substance. Then A Real Pain, The Brutalist, The Speedway Murders, Dee Dee, Civil War, I Like Movies, Dune Part 2, and at number 10 was Nosferatu. That's our top 10. Thank you guys so much for joining me for this. We have a couple other quick segments to do. Mike, you mentioned that you were making some notes. I believe it's for the Obsessive Viewer Movie of the Year.
The Obsessive Viewer Movie of the Year. That's right. So what I did was I cross-referenced all of our top 10s. And so only movies that are on all 3 of our lists are eligible for the Obsessive Viewer Movie of the Year. Mm-hmm. And then I award a movie points based on where they are in our respective lists. So if it's the number 1 on your list, it gets 10 points. If it's number 2, it gets 9 points, so on and so forth. So for example, Civil War earned 10 points from me because it was my number 1. Nosferatu earned 10 points from Tiny because it was his number 10. So I calculated all those up, and there are 4 movies that are on all 3 of our lists, and here they are in descending order. The number 4 movie of the year, Obsessive Viewer, is Civil War with 15 total points, my number 1 movie. The number 3 Obsessive Viewer movie of the year with 17 points is Nosferatu, Tiny's number 1 movie.
Nice.
The number 2 movie of the year for Obsessive Viewer with 19 points is Dune Part 2. And then, so the highest jump, so this is kind of far and away our number 1 movie, Obsessive Movie of the Year. Matt, Tiny, if you guys are also willing to put the official Obsessive Viewer stamp on the Obsessive Viewer 2024 what's the word I'm looking for?
Consensus?
Consensus.
Yeah.
The Obsessive Viewer 2024 Consensus Movie of the Year is A Real Pain with 24 points. That is our movie of the year.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I love that.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. I'm so happy with that.
Yep.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah. A Real Pain, the Obsessive Viewer Movie of the Year. I love it.
Yep.
So we're going to wind down because we have, by my calculation, we have broken 4 hours on this episode. This is the longest year in review episode we've ever done.
Maybe the longest ever.
Yep. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So to wind down, I have 2 other segments. We're going to go quick through it. 2025 movies that we're looking forward to. We do this every year. Mike, what are some movies from 2025 that you're looking forward to seeing in 2025?
Wolfman, Dogman, because I'm seeing it with my kids. Very excited. They're going to come to a movie night. The Monkey, Osgood Perkins, Captain America 4, Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning. I didn't like Dead Reckoning all that much, but I've loved everything before it, so I'm excited to see how it ends. And then Karate Kid Legends. I think that's going to be awesome.
Nice. Tiny, how about you?
For me, I'm very interested in Tron Ares. I like the franchise, and I especially like the sequel. I want to see how they end the franchise, or I'm sorry, end the trilogy. Warfare, the next one from Alex Garland, looks really good. And then, of course, probably most excited as 28 Years Later.
Yes.
Can't wait for that. So those are the 3 for me.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about going to the Alamo with you, Tiny, was seeing your reaction to seeing the 28 Years Later trailer for the first time. It's an incredible trailer.
It is.
Cool.
2025 movies that I'm looking forward to. This is an interesting thing. So last year, when I introduced this segment, I asked Tiny what his most anticipated movies of 2024 was, and why is it still Dune Part 2? Because the previous year he had said Dune Part 2, but of course that got pushed. So he had to say it again for 2024. Now I am in that position because last year I mentioned Mike Flanagan's The Life of Chuck, and it did not have a wide release in 2024. So it is now going to be released in May of 2025. The Life of Chuck, I can't wait. It's incredible. Or the novella is incredible. I can't wait to see what Mike Flanagan does with it. Other movies are the yearly VHS movie on Shudder, VHS 8. I like those anthology movies. They're fun. I'm going to have Brent back on because it's been kind of a tradition for him to come on and review it with me. And then Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning as well. Echo Mike's sentiments. I didn't really like Dead Reckoning, but the lengths that Tom Cruise goes to for those movies is incredible. Superman, I'm very interested in. The Monkey as well. Captain America, Brave New World, I'm very excited, even if my interest in the MCU is waning. And my probably most anticipated movie of 2025 is 28 Years Later. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself with that movie. I can't wait. It's going to be hopefully really good. And then the final thing we'll say, and then we'll break so we can end the episode. Any 2025 movie watching goals or plans or things you have in mind for going into 2025 with movies? Mike?
Yeah, I just want to stay over 150 movies. That feels like where I should be comfortably with kids and work and what have you. I know that I want to finish the Star Wars saga with my kids so that when we finally get those new ones that they're making, we can go see it together and they can be excited about that. And then just try to get back up to 52 theater viewings. I really prefer to average one a week, and so I'm hoping to maintain that. Nice.
Tiny, how about you?
No solid goals or plans. I'm excited to continue to introduce my daughter to new movies. Tap into maybe some of the old Disney movies that I liked as a kid. She'll be interested in those. I'm not really sure though when I'm totally naive to this. I don't know when's she going to really start understanding what she's watching and actually appreciate a movie. I'm sure it's not going to be in the next year, but still I'm hoping to just see how she reacts to that stuff. That'll be fun.
Nice. For me, I have a bunch of things on my plate. I want to get back into doing immediate reactions for new release movies on Patreon because I kind of fell behind on that in the last year. So I'm going to be watching as many movies as I can, as I always do. But in addition, I want to do more film festival coverage this year. So I've gotten equipment to do that more better than I have in the past. So I'm anxious to get rolling on that. Indie Film Fest is coming, Indie Shorts Festival, and Heartland is the big one, of course. So I'm going to be hopefully doing that. I've got PTO scheduled for a couple of those, so that'll be good. And then in terms of movie watching, I am toying with this idea to do like companion reviews on Patreon, but I probably won't. But it's basically with a movie that's coming out that I'm going to review on the podcast. I kind of want to watch and do like an immediate reaction on Patreon for a movie related to it or similar to it or something from the filmmaker. So I've got a list that I'm going to kind of maybe go through at some point throughout the year. But the big one is I started the year watching Metropolis for the first time, and I kind of want to focus the year on filling some sci-fi blind spots. So I've watched like Metropolis and Gattaca. Both are great. So I'm going to I have like a list. I'm not going to do anything special with it or anything, but I have just a watch list of like 100 sci-fi movies that I'm going to kind of pick apart or go through as much as I can, and kind of fill some gaps for sci-fi movies just for fun. But yeah, and yeah, that's it. That's it for 2024. Thank you guys so much for devoting your entire morning to this. And,
we did it.
We did it.
I'm going to go have lunch.
Yes, me too. I'm going to dust off my car from snow and go get lunch. Yeah. Any parting thoughts before we end for the episode?
Go see A Real Pain.
Yes.
Or watch it at home.
Yes. Yep. On Hulu as of today, listening to this. So yeah. So that's it for this week's episode. I'm going to start doing my whole spiel and playing us out. As always, thank you so much for listening, and make sure to follow the show on social media and subscribe to the podcast on your preferred podcast app. Also check out our other podcasts, Tower Junkies and Anthology, wherever you find podcasts. Next week on the show, I'm going to be reviewing Wolfman and hopefully Back in Action, the Cameron Diaz movie on Netflix. So that'll be next week. Thank you so much for listening, and we'll see you next week. And now, enjoy this short clip from a recent Patreon exclusive episode. For the full episode and more Patreon exclusive content, sign up at patreon.com/obsessiveviewer. He creates a new persona, a new identity for himself. And through happenstance, he gets cast in a play that is a dramatization of his former identity and the relationship that he had with his neighbor, who wrote and directed the play. And from there, it's this fascinating character study of this man who, like, he is very reserved. He's very shy. There's a lot of self-loathing within him because he always perceived himself as being just, like he never overcame the baggage associated with his deformity. So he has never had like confidence and has never been comfortable in his own skin, literally. So what the movie does is it showcases like the perception of that people have of his previous persona, and how that contrasts with how he thinks people perceived him. And then he's also still dealing with all of these, like, this internal, like, angst and dysmorphia, like body dysmorphia and self-image issues and everything. And it's so fascinating because then you get Adam Pearson, who is an actor who has those deformities. Like he has his facial deformities that has benign tumors that grow over his face. He lives with that every day. And so he comes into the picture like late in the movie. And from there, it's just like this study of like disdain that Sebastian Stan has for Adam Pearson's character, because Adam Pearson is confident. He's charming. He's charismatic. He's everything that Sebastian Stan wanted to be and expected himself to be when his deformities cleared up, but he still has to live with himself. And it's so fascinating. And I've said this before. I think I started to say it here earlier, but it's so interesting to me that this movie and The Substance came out this year, because they both deal with similar subjects, similar themes and messages about body dysmorphia and perception, self-perception, self-loathing, self-hatred, just not flagellation, but like self mutilation in some circumstances. And it's so profound because it's also like like from a male perspective and a female perspective. So it's like really interesting to see these two movies kind of counter each other in interesting ways. So that's my first honorable mention. It's A Different Man. Again, I believe it's going to be streaming on Max next week, I think. Maybe, I'm not sure. And then my next honorable mention is going to be kind of hard to talk about. It won't be hard to talk about, I don't think, but it was also my most popular Letterboxd blurb of the year. But it's His Three Daughters, directed by Azazel Jacob. Thank you for listening to the Obsessive Viewer podcast. This episode was produced and edited by me, Matt Hurt. If you have feedback, thoughts on our episodes, or just want to connect, you can email me at matt@obsessiveviewer.com. For more information on this show, including a full archive of our episodes and show notes, visit obsessiveviewer.com. And if you enjoyed the show, please give us a follow on social media and subscribe to us on your podcast app of choice so you never miss an episode. Also, consider rating and reviewing the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Audible to help increase our visibility and grow our community. If you want to support the show and get early access to new episodes, as well as a steady stream of exclusive episodes, you can join our Patreon at patreon.com/obsessiveviewer. For information on more podcasts presented by obsessiveviewer.com, visit obsessiveviewer.com/podcasts. Our theme song is A Little Mad Sometimes by As Good As It Gets. For more of their music, check them out on Spotify and at asgoodasitgetsmusic.com. Thank you so much for listening, and we'll see you in the next episode.
Get up to 2 months of free podcasting service with Libsyn. Check out the show notes for your promo code to get started podcasting today.
Marketing is hard. But I'll tell you a little secret. It doesn't have to be. Let me point something out. You're listening to a podcast right now, and it's great. You love the host. You seek it out and download it. You listen to it while driving, working out, cooking, even going to the bathroom. Podcasts are a pretty close companion. And this is a podcast ad. Did I get your attention? You can reach great listeners like yourself with podcast advertising from Libsyn Ads. Choose from hundreds of top podcasts offering host endorsements, or run a pre-produced ad like this one across thousands of shows to reach your target audience and their favorite podcasts with Libsyn Ads. Go to libsynads.com, that's LIBSYN, ads.com today.